Han Xiao, you deserve to die. Zhang Wei's eyes were bloodshot, filled with countless blood vessels. At this moment, a woman's voice kept echoing in Zhang Wei's mind. Zhang Wei, give this advanced source crystal to my brother. With it, his mech can advance to a higher level. After all, he is my brother. Zhang Wei, my brother likes that beam gun you just acquired. For my sake, give it to him. He is my only family. Zhang Wei, you must give this epic grade tech source crystal to my brother. With it, he can become one of the top 100 in Sichuan City. As the voice continued to echo in Zhang Wei's mind, his eyes turned even redder. With that advanced source crystal, he could also advance to a higher level mech. He preferred that beam gun he risked his life to acquire. He needed that tech source crystal more than anyone because he was already one of the top 100 in Sichuan City. For her, Zhang Wei compromised. He gave up the advanced source crystal, he gave up the beam gun, and countless other things. But the only thing he didn't want to give up was the tech source crystal, and this sole act of defiance led him to the brink of death. For a piece of tech source crystal, the woman he had protected for 8 years killed him. But that woman would never have expected that Zhang Wei, burning with rage, would be reborn. He was reborn before the arrival of the machines, back to when he was 18. Hey, if you're going crazy, do it outside. The greasy man in a well-tailored suit and gold-rimmed glacés banged the table hard. Loan! Zhang Wei regained some of his sanity, and with greater force, he slapped a property certificate on the table. The greasy man was intimidated by Zhang Wei's sudden, imposing demeanor. In all his years in the business, he had never seen a borrower so aggressive. Whoever came to him was always at their wits' end. Judging by his earlier shout and his current state, had this guy just been dumped? But what did that have to do with him? What the greasy man didn't know was that he was merely scared by the murderous aura Zhang Wei had released. Luckily, the greasy man was experienced in the business and quickly regained his composure. 9 out of 13, 1-month term. Do you understand the terms? The greasy man adjusted his glacés and returned to the standard procedure. I understand. Now, how much can you lend me? Zhang Wei pushed the property certificate toward the greasy man and then sat down in the chair, his expression already calm, the murderous aura hidden away. Is this under your name? The greasy man examined the property certificate. It was for a 100-square-meter apartment in the city, which was quite valuable. But the problem was, the young man sitting in front of him looked about 18 or 19, with rosy cheeks and white teeth, a handsome young man. But this property? Did his parents give it to him? Was he a rich second generation? Had this fool been tricked by a woman? Here's my ID. Speed up the process. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Wei handed his ID to the greasy man. The greasy man glanced at Zhang Wei, who wasn't in a hurry when they came here. After several checks, the greasy man confirmed that the property was indeed Zhang Wei's. Whether Zhang Wei had been tricked or not was none of his business, as long as there was money to be made. Your name is Zhang Wei? Yes, Zhang as in arrogant, Wei as in supreme. The greasy man, who had been verifying the information, couldn't help but look up at Zhang Wei again, thinking this kid must be a bit out of his mind. Maybe he had gone crazy from reading too many novels. This property can get you a maximum of 800,000 yuan. How much do you want? All of it. Zhang Wei replied boldly. Let me remind you, 9 out of 13. You can only take 720,000. In a month, you need to repay 1.04 million. If you can't repay it, the property belongs to our company. I know. Stop wasting time and get on with the process. All right. Hearing this, the greasy man stopped wasting time. Everything had been explained clearly. Once the contract was signed, what happened afterward was none of his business. This kind of black loan was certainly shady, but it had its advantages. It was fast. In less than an hour, 720,000 yuan had been transferred to Zhang Wei's account. When Zhang Wei saw the notification, he let out a sigh of relief, finally releasing some of the complex emotions that had been weighing him down since his rebirth. 7 days left until the mechanical invasion. Time is a bit tight. Leaving the black loan company, Zhang Wei glanced at the time on his phone and then turned to hail a cab to the nearest heavy truck dealership. The mechanical invasion would bring mechanical civilization, where everyone could transform their vehicles into mechs. Mechs could vary in strength from bicycles, motorcycles, tricycles, cars, and sports cars. Any vehicle could be transformed into a mech. Zhang Wei was reborn from the 10th year of the mechanical invasion. In his previous life, his early days were indeed miserable because he couldn't even get his hands on a mech when the invasion started. After all, Zhang Wei didn't even have a bicycle. He struggled for 2 years before finally inheriting a light close combat mech. Through his efforts, he managed to establish himself in Sichuan City, but that woman, Han Xiao, sitting in the taxi, Zhang Wei clenched his teeth. In his subconscious, he felt like he had died yesterday. Han Xiao stole his mech core, preventing him from transforming into a mech. Han Su personally drove a war knife into his gut, and then took away his tech source crystal with a vile grin. As Zhang Wei's life was ending, Han Su revealed many secrets about him and Han Xiao. Those two dogs, no rush, no rush. The accounts will be settled, sooner or later. Zhang Wei took several deep breaths, gradually calming his emotions. Since I have a chance to do it all over again, I need to start with the best mech. Yes, it's not that a mining dump truck is bad, but a heavy truck offers better value for money. Of course, the key reason was that he was broke. Zhang Wei wasn't actually wealthy. The property he had mortgaged wasn't an inheritance from his parents, but a legacy from his grandfather. It was the only property he had. As Zhang Wei pondered, the taxi slowly came to a stop. The heavy truck dealership had arrived. After paying the fare, Zhang Wei rushed into the showroom. Buy a truck, the latest model, the biggest heavy truck you have. The receptionist didn't even have time to start her sales pitch before she was stunned by Zhang Wei's words. Sir, I want the biggest, the best. Do you have it? We do, sir. Please follow me. Without saying another word, the receptionist led Zhang Wei to the back of the showroom. Outside the garage, the receptionist opened the garage door. As the door opened, Zhang Wei's eyes immediately locked onto a completely black, heavy truck. This was it. This was love. Sir, this is our latest model. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The heavy truck was covered in a bit of dust, but that didn't diminish Zhang Wei's love for it, because this was his key to surviving the apocalypse. After this heavy truck transforms into a mech, it should be pretty impressive, right? Sir, what did you say? The receptionist didn't catch Zhang Wei's mumbling. Nothing, I'll take this one. Huh? Sir, will you be paying in full or taking out a loan? The receptionist was genuinely confused. She had never seen such a decisive customer. Can the loan be processed today? Zhang Wei asked. The base price is 490,000 yuan, with a discount of 40,000 yuan. You can make a 50% down payment, and the loan process takes just 2 hours. All right, loan. Okay, sir, please follow me. The receptionist gestured politely. Zhang Wei followed the receptionist, and once the loan process began, he finally felt relieved. 2 hours later, with all the paperwork done, the vehicle was now under Zhang Wei's name. Can you have the truck driven to this location? Rest assured, sir, there won't be any problems. Zhang Wei could drive, but not a heavy truck. If he tried to drive it out himself, he might end up killing someone. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and hitting someone with a truck could land him in serious trouble. Have your people drive it there and leave the keys inside. With that, Zhang Wei turned and left. The receptionist stared at the keys in her hand, dumbfounded. Did he really trust me that much? Not even following along? It wasn't that Zhang Wei was overly trusting. He just wasn't worried about someone stealing the truck. Once the mechanical invasion started, vehicles would transform into mechs. Whoever owned it would have it. Stealing it would be pointless. Zhang Wei had more important things to do and couldn't waste time on minor issues. As night began to fall, Zhang Wei arrived outside a large welding shop. The welding shop wasn't busy, with the workers idly chatting. Where's the boss? In the office, over there. A young worker casually pointed Zhang Wei in the right direction. Wait inside for a bit. The boss just went to the restroom. All right. While waiting, Zhang Wei kept calculating in his mind. The heavy truck's cargo box was 9 meters long, with the cab 3 meters long, making the entire truck 12 meters long. Once transformed into a mech, it would stand about 10 meters tall. A 10-meter mech would need at least a 5-meter-long war knife, and it would also need a shield. After transforming into a mech, the vehicle would only be in its basic form. Without evolving, it wouldn't have any weapons, relying solely on its fists. As a reborn person, Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't rely on fists. First time here, huh? What kind of work do you need? As Zhang Wei was deep in thought, the welding shop owner walked in. I need a knife 5 meters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick at the spine. Little brother, we're not a knife shop. Wait, what did you say? How long? The boss, who had just walked over to his desk and picked up a cup to drink, was a bit stunned, holding the cup mid-air in a somewhat comical manner. 5 meters. Little brother, jokes aren't meant to be this serious. The boss was still quite friendly, not exploding on the spot. To an ordinary person, it would seem like this guy was just here to mess with him. Is 20,000 enough? Here's a 10,000 deposit. I want the best alloy you have. Zhang Wei directly pulled out a stack of large bills. No matter how well you talk, nothing is more convincing than cash. You. The boss looked at the cash in front of him, momentarily at a loss. He's not here to mess with me? Why is he pulling out money? Can you do it? It can be done, but we can't sharpen it here. Making an alloy blade isn't technically difficult. The main thing is that this amount of money is quite a bit. As long as you can make it, it doesn't need to be sharpened. I also need a shield. You can think of it as an iron door. It's also 20,000. Here's the deposit for the iron door. Zhang Wei took out another 10,000. I'll tell you the specific requirements. The boss remained dumbfounded, while Zhang Wei continued explaining his requirements for the weapon and shield. A few minutes later, so how about it? Can you do it? Yes. How long will it take? Around a week, I guess. Zhang Wei frowned. By then, the mechanical civilization would have already arrived. Not acceptable, that's too slow. I can only give you 3 days, and I'll pay extra. Zhang Wei took out another 20,000. That'll work, no problem. Earning 60,000 in 3 days. Is there any job better than this? Good. If there are any issues, we'll keep in touch by phone. Zhang Wei left his phone number and took the boss's business card. After Zhang Wei left the shop, it was already dark. After some thought, Zhang Wei headed home. He had a few things he needed to remember clearly. After all, these events happened 10 years ago, and many memories were already blurry. After returning home, Zhang Wei quickly ate something and then fell into deep thought. That's right, during the mechanical arrival in Sichuan City, a very high-level source crystal appeared. If I can get that source crystal. The location is Xifeng Mountain at the top. No one knows the exact level or type of the source crystal. I must get that source crystal. Just as Zhang Wei was lost in thought, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, a murderous aura naturally surged from within him. But he still answered the call. Weizi, where are you? At home. Zhang Wei's reply was brief, as he suppressed his anger. What's the point of staying home? Come to Jindian, there are some girls. I'm not going. You go have fun yourself. Hanging up now. Hey, I'm telling you my sister is coming to see me in a few days. Don't you want to? Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Wei hung up the phone, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The caller was Han Su, someone he once considered a good brother, and also Han Zhao's brother. He was also the one who ended Zhang Wei's life. She's coming. She's actually coming. No, it's not the time yet. I can't kill her. I need to stay calm. Zhang Wei repeatedly reminded himself to stay calm, but his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Then, Zhang Wei blocked all means of contact with Han Su. He didn't dare to meet Han Su because he feared he wouldn't be able to resist killing him on the spot. He dared even less to meet Han Xiao because he would really kill her on the spot. At Jindian KTV, Han Su stared blankly at his phone. This darn jerk. Does he know I called him to settle the bill? And he's pretending to be dead? And he says he likes my sister? I wouldn't introduce her to him for anything. Darn it. Wait, he's acting so strange. He must be hiding something from me. I need to check him out. 3 days later, Zhang Wei's much-anticipated war knife and shield were completed. After personally inspecting them, Zhang Wei promptly paid the remaining 20,000 and then had the shop staff transport the 2 large items. Yes, just this truck. Load them up. Under Zhang Wei's direction, the two large items were loaded onto the truck. The workers didn't say anything. To them, Zhang Wei was just a rich fool. Did you see what was in that truck? If I'm not mistaken, those are a ton of mousetraps, right? Even if you have a rat infestation at home, you don't need nearly 1,000 mousetraps, right? Zhang Wei didn't say much either. Although the war knife and shield didn't look particularly good, they would definitely suffice for the early stages. After finishing the handover of the war knife and shield, Zhang Wei called for a driver. Driver, to Xinfeng Mountain. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. The driver was very accommodating, mainly because Zhang Wei was paying him enough. After the driver threw his scooter into the back of the truck, he got into the driver's seat. In half an hour, the truck reached Xinfeng Mountain. However, Zhang Wei's truck could only go halfway up the mountain, as there were no roads ahead. Driver, stop here. Here? Why stop here? The driver was confused. Xinfeng Mountain wasn't very high, not a scenic spot, and almost no one came here. He couldn't understand Zhang Wei's actions. The driver had already seen the contents of the truck's bed. In his understanding, this young man had come here to catch rats. But this hobby was a bit hard for the driver to accept. Yes, just here. Thanks. No problem at all. I'll park here, and if you need a ride back, just give me a call. All right. Before leaving, the driver gave Zhang Wei his business card. Zhang Wei casually put the card aside without even looking at it because there was no need. Then, Zhang Wei looked up towards the mountain peak. This should be the place. The source crystal will fall at the top. Hopefully, nothing will change. Zhang Wei got out of the truck and started climbing the mountain. He needed to check the situation at the top. He also had to scout out suitable places for catching rats. However, as Zhang Wei climbed, his expression gradually turned to surprise. It wasn't that there was anything extraordinary at the top, but upon reaching the peak, Zhang Wei saw a large mining area. How did I forget about this? Zhang Wei smacked his forehead. In the mining area, dust filled the air, and the work was in full swing. Sichuan Mining. The owner's son will be one of the top 10 war gods in the future, the absolute boss of Sichuan City. I can't compare. His family is wealthy and powerful, and the mining dump truck is registered under his name. Even the basic form of his mech is stronger than others' advanced mechs. Zhang Wei felt a bit envious. If only he had enough funds, he would definitely get a mining dump truck, even if it was secondhand. Forget it. It's better not to get involved with him in the early stages. Actually, Zhang Wei could try to acquire a dump truck. During the mechanical invasion, a person could only pilot one mech, and those with multiple vehicles could only pilot one. The extra vehicles could be allocated by the owner. For example, Sichuan Mining's young master, Zhang Tao, could pilot one mech himself and assign the other dump trucks to his underlings. If Zhang Wei shamelessly went to be his underling, he might be given one. But from that point on, Zhang Wei would have to follow Zhang Tao's orders, and Zhang Tao could revoke Zhang Wei's usage rights at any time. That's definitely not what Zhang Wei wanted. Could the source crystal that falls on this mountaintop end up in Zhang Tao's hands? I hope not. I'm not trying to steal your source crystal on purpose. Don't hold it against me in the future. Wait a minute. Even if he is a dump truck, who will cause trouble for whom is still up in the air. Maybe I should take him as my underling? Zhang Wei's eyes gleamed slightly. Having one of the future top 10 war gods as his underling didn't sound too bad. Forget it. Let's get down to business. Zhang Wei didn't pay much attention to the situation at the mine. He ran back from the mountaintop to the heavy truck and unloaded all the mousetraps. Why so many mousetraps? Because after the mechanical arrival, most creatures on Earth will mechanize, including mice. Once a creature mechanizes, a source crystal will form inside its body. Ordinary source crystals aren't as valuable as high-grade ones, but they can be used to enhance the evolution of mechs, so the more, the better. If I can catch about 1,000 mice, that should be enough for the first evolution, right? Right? I'm missing something. Zhang Wei slapped his forehead. The current mice are small, but after mechanization, their bodies will swell to about 1 meter long and half a meter high. Mousetraps can't contain creatures that big. After some thought, Zhang Wei called the welding shop owner. When the call connected, the owner's cheerful voice came through. Little brother, is something wrong with the items? No, I need a few more things. What do you need? Hearing this, the welding shop owner stood up immediately. Another job? Customers who paid so generously like this were rare. I need some iron chains as thick as a thumb, about 2 meters long each. Zhang Wei stated his requirements. All right, how many do you need? About 1,000. Indeed, another big order. Little brother, since we're not working together for the first time, I won't overcharge you. How about 40 yuan per chain? Deal. Zhang Wei didn't haggle. Money would be worthless in a few days, not even good enough to wipe your ace. But brother, you have to deliver them to Xinfeng Mountain. Is that okay? With our relationship, that's a small matter. I have the chains ready. When do you want them delivered? Zhang Wei thought for a moment before speaking. No rush. Tomorrow. Also, the ends of the chains need to have an iron ring that the chain can pace through, about as thick as a little finger. This. 1,000 chains. Add 10,000 for you, brother. No problem. The welding shop owner was grinning from ear to ear. 2,000 iron rings for 10,000? At this moment, the welding shop owner hoped Zhang Wei would live a long life. Such a generous fool had gone extinct in today's society. All right then. Good. I'll have them delivered tomorrow morning. The call ended. Zhang Wei began setting up the mousetraps. After working for most of the day, Zhang Wei ordered takeout from an app. He planned to stay on Xinfeng Mountain for the next 4 days. It was foreseeable that some delivery guys would make a nice profit thanks to Zhang Wei. Delivering food to the mountain is expensive, but Zhang Wei didn't care. That night, after eating and drinking, Zhang Wei crawled into the truck's cab and slept soundly. The next day, around noon, the welding shop owner personally brought a crew to Xinfeng Mountain. When they arrived, they were all stunned, because Zhang Wei was seriously handling the mice caught in the traps, with a peculiar smile on his face. Boys is my little brother. The welding shop owner pointed to his head. The crew members all nodded in agreement. This guy brought a huge truck up the mountain just to catch mice. So the question is, what does he need such thick chains for? Brother, you're here? Zhang Wei turned and warmly greeted him. Yeah, little brother, your chains are all here. Do you want to check them? The welding shop owner felt a bit uneasy. In these times, killing someone while insane isn't considered a crime, and this little brother. No need. I trust you. Just unload them. Zhang Wei waved dismissively. All right, unload the truck. While the crew unloaded, Zhang Wei transferred 50,000 yuan to the owner. Then the welding shop owner intentionally kept some distance from Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei noticed, but just chuckled to himself. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at them for not understanding. So this is what it feels like. It's actually pretty nice. After unloading, the welding shop owner hurriedly left without even asking what Zhang Wei needed the chains for. The chains were, of course, for tying up the mice. There were quite a few mice on the mountain, probably because no one bothered catching them up here, so the mountain mice weren't very smart. In one night, over 100 mice were caught. These are all source crystals. Zhang Wei walked towards the caught mice, smiling with a chain in hand. With iron rings on both ends, he could form a loop on each side by threading the chain through itself. Zhang Wei placed the thumb-thick chain around the mouse's neck and secured the loop with fine iron wire. With the strength of the current mice, they couldn't break free. When these mice mechanize, they'll be strong enough to snap the wire. With one mouse tied to each end of the chain, the two mechanized mice would become a single entity, and they would hinder each other, so none could escape. Zhang Wei gave himself a mental pat on the back for his brilliant idea, and then got to work. Tying chains around the mice's necks was quite tedious, only those who've done it would know. While Zhang Wei was busy, Han Su found the welding shop. He had been investigating Zhang Wei for several days. Normally, Han Su didn't have such persistence, but after learning that Zhang Wei had mortgaged his house to a black loan company, Han Su became extremely motivated. That's tens of thousands of yuan, and as a brother, he had to spend it with Zhang Wei. Sis, just pretend to agree with him for now. Given his personality, he'll buy you anything you want. That kid has tens of thousands of yuan in hand. A fashionable, somewhat scantily clad beauty stood beside Han Su. To be fair, Zhang Wei had decent taste. Han Zhao's looks were above average. Combined with her bold clothing, she was definitely eye-catching for young men. Got it? You've said it so many times. Don't worry. Even though Han Xiao was only 20, she was well versed in matters of the heart. Getting a hold on a young man was a piece of cake. Coincidentally, she had her eye on a handbag recently and needed a fool to pay for it. All right, I heard that kid came here. I'll go ask. Han Su eagerly walked into the welding shop. Boss, did my brother Zhang Wei buy something here? Han Su asked as soon as he entered, a bit haughtily. Han Su looked down on people working here. Zhang Wei? That kid. If they're brothers, this guy probably isn't normal either. I'll go call the boss. The staff immediately went to call the boss. No one dared speak to Han Su. What kind of person would be the brother of a madman? The welding shop owner confirmed Zhang Wei's whereabouts. After hearing that Zhang Wei was spending lavishly, Han Su dragged Han Xiao to buy a heavy motorcycle worth tens of thousands of yuan, then headed straight for Xinfeng Mountain. When Zhang Wei heard the roar of the motorcycle, he turned around and saw two faces that made him lose control of his emotions. Weizi, I brought my sister to see you. You're living it up? Huh? Ha, check out my new motorcycle. What do you think, cool or what? Han Su didn't even park the bike properly before he started shouting. He wanted Zhang Wei to help him pay off the balance while he was still excited. He bought a motorcycle? Did my rebirth cause a butterfly effect? In this desolate place, should I just kill these two scumbags now? No, it's not time yet. I can make a move. Zhang Wei kept convincing himself. Any possibility of altering the future, no matter how small, wasn't worth the risk to Zhang Wei. It would be a waste to jeopardize his future for these two scumbags. As Zhang Wei struggled to suppress his rage, Han Su didn't notice anything off. He got out of the vehicle and threw his arm around Zhang Wei's neck. What Han Su didn't realize was that as soon as he touched Zhang Wei's body trembled slightly, and his fists clenched tightly. He almost couldn't resist punching that face right in front of him. How about that? I'm a good bro, right? I brought my sister here. Show me what you've got. Han Su whispered in Zhang Wei's ear. Zhang Wei seemed extremely excited. In Han Su's eyes, Zhang Wei took several deep breaths as if trying to calm himself. Then, Zhang Wei forced an awkward smile. Han Xiao, Heko. Zhang Wei almost growled through clenched teeth, his voice slightly distorted. Zhang Wei, why are you so nervous? Han Xiao couldn't help but laugh. They had met before, and Zhang Wei hadn't been this nervous around her. But she had a soft spot for these inexperienced, slightly wealthy young men. At least until she drained him of his money, the fondness would remain. Look at you, all worked up. Han Su nudged Zhang Wei's back with his arm. He didn't use much force, but that little nudge almost reignited the anger that Zhang Wei had just barely suppressed. What do you want? I told you I brought my sister to see you. I've got things to do. Look, Zhang Wei gestured behind him. Only then did Han Su notice what Zhang Wei was doing. His expression immediately turned to a frown. Han Xiao let out a scream, her face turning pale with fright. Weizi, what's with this new hobby of yours? Han Su wasn't afraid of mice, but seeing them in the traps made him uncomfortable. And what was with the big chains around the mice? They're useful. Hey bro, this truck was bought with a loan. I still owe some money. Can you? Don't worry, I'll cover it for you, but not right now. I'll find you after I come back from the mountain in a few days. By the way, your sister, she's not leaving anytime soon, right? Zhang Wei glanced at the pale-faced Han Xiao. Seeing Han Zhao's expression, Zhang Wei felt a slight thrill of revenge bubbling up inside. My sister won't be leaving for a while, so it's settled, right? You'll come find me when you get back. Han Su didn't want to stay here any longer. He was itching to leave. Don't worry, I'll definitely come find you. This time, Zhang Wei's smile was much more natural. Great, I'll be waiting. Han Su patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Then, without another word, he and Han Xiao quickly left. The roar of the motorcycle gradually faded away. Zhang Wei silently watched their retreating figures. I'll let you live a few more days. Maybe letting you experience the apocalypse isn't such a bad idea. Zhang Wei knew all too well that in the apocalypse, People were worse off than dogs in times of peace. Squeak, squeak. The sound of the mice brought Zhang Wei back to reality. He shook his head and smiled. As long as they're around, I have plenty of ways to deal with them. This butterfly effect isn't so bad. Originally, Han Xiao wasn't even in Sichuan City. Getting revenge early is a big surprise. At that moment, Zhang Wei seemed truly relaxed as he returned to tinkering with his mice. From that moment on, Zhang Wei lived on Xinfeng Mountain. The only things that brought Zhang Wei joy were the mice he caught and Han Su's daily friendly calls. On the 7th day, after Zhang Wei's rebirth, at noon, a sudden, extraordinarily bright flash of light appeared in the sky, as if a powerful flashbang had been thrown across the entire world. When people's vision returned, the sky was darkened, with a layer of clouds covering the whole world. Mechanical arrival. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Everyone stared blankly at the sky as countless meteors appeared in the air. These meteors hurtled towards the Earth as if carrying an apocalyptic aura. The age of machines has begun. Zhang Wei knew that these meteors were gifts for humanity because each one contained a source crystal. These source crystals varied in level, from high grade to low grade. What kind of source crystal someone would get depended entirely on their luck. Soon, the meteors crashed into the Earth. The expected explosions didn't occur. When the true form of these meteors was revealed, a message appeared in everyone's mind. It was a reminder from the mechanical civilization to humanity. Every person's vehicle had been transformed into their own mech, and that was the only message. Zhang Wei was visibly excited. This wasn't the first time he had experienced this moment. Mech Core, a core source crystal, resembling a black gem, appeared in Zhang Wei's hand. Combine. At Zhang Wei's command, the black heavy truck that had been sitting still began to undergo a massive transformation. In less than 5 seconds, a 10-meter-tall, pitch-black heavy mech stood before Zhang Wei. The mech's exterior was somewhat menacing, but had a brutal beauty to it. Beautiful, Zhang Wei sighed. As Zhang Wei admired it, a black beam shot out from the mech's chest. When it enveloped Zhang Wei, his body instantly disappeared from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wei regained consciousness. His body had merged into the mech's cockpit, which was filled with a substance similar to flesh. Zhang Wei's body was encased in this material, his eyes closed. Zhang Wei's consciousness could no longer perceive his physical body. At this moment, he was in complete control of the mech. The mech was now his body. Open the mech panel. 2 beams of light shot from Zhang Wei's eyes, forming a screen in front of him. Mech form. Primitive form mech level, 1 weight, 21 tons type, to be chosen standard power configuration. Super Matrix engine equipment. None. The standard configuration is actually a Super Matrix engine? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this. The engine was the power source of the mech, and its quality was crucial. The Super Matrix engine was the pinnacle of primitive mechs. Even if a mech went through 1 or 2 evolutions, it might not have such a powerful engine. The most basic engines were single-core, with power levels distinguished by cylinders. Above the single-core engine was the Matrix engine, and above that was the Super Matrix engine. Choose close combat mech. Ding! Selection successful. A voice sounded in Zhang Wei's mind, and the panel changed. Mech form. Primitive form mech level. 1 weight. 21 tons combat power. 20 type. Medium close combat standard power configuration. Super Matrix engine equipment. None. Zhang Wei closed the panel, satisfied. He was very familiar with everything here. Nothing was surprising. The only attribute that determined a mech's combat capability was its combat power. Zhang Wei was very pleased with a level 1 mech having 20 combat power. With lighter or even more rudimentary mechs, getting even 10 combat power would be a challenge. Level 1 mech. It takes 10 levels for the first evolution. Now it's all up to these mice. Zhang Wei looked at the mice he had captured. The mice were twitching on the ground, their bodies undergoing transformation, but full mechanization would take some more time. To the top of the mountain, the mice would take some time to fully mechanize, so Zhang Wei decided to use that time to retrieve the source crystal from the mountaintop. The 10-meter-tall, sturdy black mech picked up the battle knife and shield he had prepared earlier. Ordinary alloy, one-handed battle knife combat power +3. Ordinary alloy, one-handed battle shield combat power +3. Nothing special about ordinary. With the weapon and shield in hand, Zhang Wei began to climb the mountain. Zhang Wei was no stranger to piloting a mech and did so skillfully without any discomfort. For others, just getting used to piloting a mech would take a long time. The 10-meter-tall medium mech ran up the mountain trail with ease, reaching the summit in just a few minutes. At the top, the source crystal Zhang Wei had been coveting was emitting a beautiful rainbow-colored light. Seeing the dazzling colors, Zhang Wei was ecstatic. I figured this source crystal would be at least high grade, but I didn't expect it to be this high. The rainbow colors signified a legendary grade. Source crystals were ranked from lowest to highest as ordinary, intermediate, advanced, epic, and legendary. Whether there was anything beyond that, Zhang Wei didn't know. He hadn't encountered it in his previous life. Zhang Wei couldn't hold back his excitement and quickly picked up the source crystal from the ground. Ding, you have acquired the legendary skill, Super Combat Power Enhancement. A legendary skill? The mech controlled by Zhang Wei couldn't help but tremble slightly. Zhang Wei knew how difficult it was to obtain skills. In his previous life, the thing that caused his death was merely an epic-grade tech source crystal. Epic-grade crystals were precious, but by the 10th year of the mechanical arrival, their value had significantly dropped. Only truly powerful epic-grade skills remained valuable. Even the most mediocre epic-grade skill was considered a god-tier ability in the early days of the mechanical arrival, let alone a legendary skill that was still priceless in the 10th year. Use it. Ding, Super Combat Power Enhancement learned successfully, base combat power +200. So strong, Zhang Wei exclaimed with joy. Just learning a skill grants a 200-point combat power boost. For a veteran like Zhang Wei, such a boost was unimaginable. Ordinary mechs, even after 2 evolutions, might not achieve a 200-point increase in combat power. Zhang Wei didn't rush to feel the difference that the 200-point combat power boost made to his mech. He immediately checked the skill's effects. Super Combat Power Enhancement enhances the mech's combat power by a factor of 2 through super energizing the body. Duration: 100 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. Insane! Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim again. This is what a legendary skill is? Zhang Wei's iron hand, gripping the battle knife, trembled slightly. No wonder Zhang Tao was so strong in the previous life. This skill might not seem that powerful now, but when my combat power increases, 200 becoming 400 might not be too impressive. But what if 10,000 became 20,000? Or even 100,000 turning into 200,000? The most critical aspect was that the skill had a long duration and a short cooldown, a mere 10 minutes. Zhang Wei glanced back. The mice in the traps were still undergoing their transformation. Their bodies were beginning to swell, but they were only the size of small dogs now. Full transformation would probably take another half an hour or so. Then, Zhang Wei sat on the mountaintop, gazing into the distance, with his battle knife stuck into the ground beside him and the battle shield laid on the ground. In this life, I will be invincible, Zhang Wei vowed to himself while planning his next steps. As Zhang Wei was setting his goals and waiting for the mice to fully mechanize, a few large figures suddenly appeared in the mining area below. Oh, it's starting. That must be a heavy mech. Zhang Wei felt a slight pang of envy as he observed the mechs appearing in the mining area. Based on Zhang Wei's estimation, the dump truck mechs in their original form were about 15 meters tall, 5 meters taller than his mech, and they looked much sturdier. No doubt they were heavy mechs, and if his medium mech came with a super matrix engine, then the standard engines for heavy mechs must be even better. Should I dismantle one of his mechs and steal the engine? Zhang Wei felt a surge of heat in his chest. The engine is the power source of a mech, providing energy for movement, combat, and after the first evolution, short-range thrusts, whether in close or range combat. For instance, right now, Zhang Wei could jet down to the mountainside with a single burst from the engine. If the engine power were sufficient, short-distance flight in the air wouldn't be impossible. Steal it? Zhang Wei quickly made up his mind. although the Super Matrix engine was sufficient, with an even better engine right in front of him. How could he claim to be invincible if he didn't take it? Zhang Wei swiftly got up, grabbed his battle knife and shield, and dashed towards the mining area. Under the crushing power of the 10-meter-tall mech, the mountain path posed no obstacle at all. Small trees and rocks were simply trampled underfoot. When Zhang Wei entered the mining area, he found it in a state of chaos. People were running around aimlessly, excitedly talking about various types of mechs. There were many vehicles in the mining area, with different models of mechs lined up everywhere, each surrounded by people, some already piloted. However, their piloting skills were so poor that Zhang Wei could barely watch, like toddlers learning to walk, stumbling and staggering. Among them were also some medium-sized mechs, about 10 meters tall, transformed from heavy trucks. But their mechs didn't look as good as Zhang Wei's. After all, Zhang Wei's mech was brand new, unlike these old and worn ones. Zhang Wei ignored the chaotic people and mechs, striding directly toward the nearest yellow, heavy mech. Indeed, 5 meters taller than mine. Darn, look at that thing running so smoothly. Whose is it? My God, that thing is so cool. I can't take it. I need to go home. I have a vehicle too, so I can pilot a mech. A group of people stared at Zhang Wei in awe. If their gazes had temperature, they would have melted Zhang Wei's mech on the spot. What's he doing? Holy shoot. People were initially amazed by Zhang Wei's smooth movements. But when Zhang Wei raised his battle knife, the atmosphere changed. Zhang Wei's mech might appear smaller than the heavy mech, but its combat power far exceeded it. After learning the skill, Zhang Wei's combat power had now reached 226 points. The heavy mech in front of him likely had no more than 30 or 40 combat power at most. Combat power is the sole measure of a mech's strength, determining its power, defense, speed, and endurance. Of course, combat power is one thing, but true combat effectiveness depends on the human pilot's skills, the mech's abilities, tactics, and even mental fortitude, all of which combine to form real combat power. The heavy mech in front of Zhang Wei wasn't being controlled, so its combat effectiveness was zero. Screech. Sparks flew. The battle knife struck the heavy mech. As sparks scattered, Zhang Wei's battle knife successfully sliced into the heavy mech. If it weren't for the high combat power boost, this battle knife wouldn't have been able to break through the heavy mech's defense. Zhang Wei sighed. To onlookers, Zhang Wei's action seemed fluid and effortless. But only Zhang Wei knew that this ordinary, makeshift battle knife was far from sharp. Fortunately, the high combat power made up for it. Where's the engine? Zhang Wei wasn't familiar with heavy mechs, so after cutting an opening in the heavy mech, he tossed his battle knife and shield aside and plunged both hands into the gap. Time to tear it apart. Since he didn't know where the engine was, he would just dismantle the entire mech piece by piece. The process of violent disassembly went smoothly. High combat power meant great strength, speed, and efficiency, especially when dismantling without concern for preservation. In just a few minutes, Zhang Wei had torn the 15-meter-tall heavy mech into a pile of parts. Here it is. Zhang Wei found the heavy mech's engine. Then, Zhang Wei's mech eyes emitted 2 beams of light. This was a built-in identification skill of the mech. For mechanical items, as long as they weren't too advanced, this method could identify them. Dual-cycle nuclear engine. As expected, a notch above my starting engine. Store in mech space. The sublight engine Zhang Wei held vanished. The mech had its own internal storage space. The larger the mech, the more space it had. Zhang Wei's internal storage space was about 1 cubic meter. This space was sufficient for storing source crystals and similar items. If a larger storage space was needed, a cargo bay would be required, which could only be obtained from a source crystal. Ordinary source crystals definitely wouldn't contain equipment. At least intermediate source crystals were needed to find equipment. Equipment is divided into internal and external types. Internal equipment: engines, cargo bays, modules. External equipment: weapons, defensive armor, thrusters. There's also special equipment like floating cannons. Currently, Zhang Wei's equipment consisted only of an engine and a weapon. The engine was built in, and the weapon was crudely made by Zhang Wei himself. Retreat. Having obtained the engine he wanted, Zhang Wei left without hesitation. Zhang Wei wasn't sure if Zhang Tao was around, but if he was and realized what had happened, what if he led an attack on him? The key point was that killing these primitive mechs wouldn't yield any other benefits right now. There were many mechs, large and small, in this area. Although Zhang Wei's combat power was significantly higher, in this low-power era, numbers were a massive advantage. As for whether Zhang Tao would hold a grudge in the future, Zhang Wei wasn't worried. Once he upgraded his mech to level 10 and underwent the first evolution, the mech would change. Even if someone took a picture of him now, he wouldn't fear being recognized by Zhang Tao later. He's running. What do we do? Call the boss quickly. We can't afford to lose this big thing. The people still hadn't realized that the apocalypse had already begun. If only humans had mechs, there wouldn't be much chaos. The real apocalypse would come after the animals mechanized. But these people didn't know that. They were afraid their boss would make them pay for the damage. They had to report it and catch this thug. Zhang Wei didn't care what those people were up to. He jogged all the way back up Xinfeng Mountain. After glancing at the mice still in the process of transformation, Zhang Wei sat down again at the mountaintop. Change equipment. Zhang Wei took the dual-cycle nuclear engine out from the mech's internal space and selected the option to replace it. He didn't need to worry about the replacement process. The mech handled it on its own. The armor on the mech's abdomen opened, and the Super Matrix engine floated out from inside. Then, the dual-cycle nuclear engine that Zhang Wei had taken appeared inside the mech. The whole process took only about 10 seconds. Ding, dual-cycle nuclear engine installed, combat power +5. Not bad, Zhang Wei said, satisfied, patting his abdominal armor and storing the removed Super Matrix engine back into the mech's internal space. The new engine added 5 points of combat power compared to the original engine, which wasn't much, but the power and endurance it provided were significantly higher. Zhang Wei stood up to get accustomed to the mech's new power. As Zhang Wei adjusted to the power, the entire mountain began to shake. Zhang Wei didn't find it strange. Instead, he remained calm. Turning his head, he saw the mice as if they had been injected with some mysterious energy. Their mechanization sped up like lightning, and their bodies swelled at an astonishing rate. The mice under Zhang Wei's control were mechanizing, as were the ones still hiding in their holes. The mountain shook as if the whole earth were trembling from the sudden change. The mice hiding in their burrows rapidly expanded like inflating balloons, mercilessly squeezing the surrounding mountain, causing this dramatic phenomenon. However, this wasn't just happening on this one mountain. Across the world, the land trembled, the seas roared, and all creatures underwent dramatic changes due to this sudden disaster. It's begun. Zhang Wei stood firm, waiting for the tremors at the mountain's peak to subside. Then, those mechanized mice, as if waking from a deep slumber, opened their eyes one by one. These mechanized mice were completely covered by an indestructible layer of steel armor. They looked like giant, mechanized dogs, exuding a mechanical and cold aura. But unlike Zhang Wei's mech, which gleamed with a blue light, these mechanized mice had eyes that burned red like fire. This red glow wasn't just the color of their pupils. It reflected their instinctive bloodthirst, lacking any intelligence. You dare bare your teeth at me with nothing but a bloodthirsty instinct? A flash of disdain crossed Zhang Wei's eyes, and the knife in his hand glinted with a cold light. Facing a mechanized mouse just a step away, Zhang Wei moved like lightning. The blade flashed, and the clash of steel on steel echoed across the silent mountaintop. As the sparks dissipated, the mechanized mouse collapsed silently, having not even had a chance to take in this transformed world. The other mechanized mouse, connected by the chain, seemed to sense its companion's demise. Its eyes flashed red, and it let out a sharp screech before launching itself at Zhang Wei like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Wei sneered, swinging his shield in a graceful arc through the night sky, delivering a crushing blow to the mechanized mouse's skull. With a sickening crunch of steel under pressure, the mechanized mouse's head was driven into its abdomen. 2 ordinary source crystals appeared among the remains of the mechanical mouse. Collect. The source crystals were absorbed into Zhang Wei's internal storage. Without pausing, Zhang Wei headed to the next location, knowing there were many more mechanized mice waiting to be slain. One by one, his blade flashed, leaving the scattered remnants of mechanized mice everywhere. The mice bound by chains stumbled and charged at Zhang Wei in pairs, one after another. But they faced merciless slaughter. Half an hour later, the once thriving swarm of mechanized mice had nearly been wiped out. After slaying the last one, Zhang Wei finally took the time to collect the source crystals from the mechanical remnants. Open panel. Absorb source crystals. The source crystals stored in Zhang Wei's mech space began to disappear one by one. On the panel, the mech's experience points rapidly increased. After consuming 20 source crystals, ding, mech upgraded, combat power +2. 20 source crystals. Zhang Wei nodded to himself. This was about what he had estimated. Continue. This time, it took 50 source crystals to upgrade the mech from level 2 to level 3, which was within Zhang Wei's expectations. However, when Zhang Wei realized it took 100 source crystals to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, he was surprised. Something's not right. Could it be because the mechanized mice have just transformed, and the energy in their source crystals isn't sufficient? Zhang Wei had expected the number of source crystals required for leveling up to increase by 20 or 30 each time. But now, the number had jumped by 50. This isn't enough. Zhang Wei felt a bit troubled. He had thought that the over 1,000 source crystals would be enough to bring his mech to level 10, allowing for the first evolution. But now, it was clear that wasn't going to happen. Sure enough, after all the source crystals were consumed, Zhang Wei's mech was stuck at level 8, with a total combat power increase of 16 points. Each level added 2 combat power points, which was much better than the 1-point increase per level for light mechs. Still short by nearly 700. As Zhang Wei pondered where he could quickly gather more source crystals, the ground began to rumble. Countless pairs of red eyes surrounded Zhang Wei from all directions. Seeing these red glows, Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned. Is this the mechanized mice from inside the mountain? Wait a minute. Have these things gotten so smart right after mechanizing? The thrill of the earlier battle had made Zhang Wei temporarily forget about the mechanized mice still hidden within the mountain. According to the usual process, these mice should have either attacked him alongside the others he had captured or fled Xinfeng Mountain in fear. But these mechanized mice were acting in a way that completely defied Zhang Wei's expectations. They hadn't blindly attacked, nor had they run away. Instead, they had organized themselves, and now they were all showing up at once. Could it be that one of them is a mutant? When creatures mechanize, there's a chance of a mutant appearing. Mutants are stronger individuals with the ability to command others of their kind. That must be it. Come on. Zhang Wei was thrilled. Surrounded by countless mechanized mice, Zhang Wei didn't retreat. Instead, he charged towards the approaching swarm. Zhang Wei's action completely ignited the rage of the mouse horde. Attacked and still resisting, the swarm went berserk. Countless mice surged forward simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. Faced with this, Zhang Wei remained eerily calm. With his combat power over 100, would he fear these weaklings? The unexpected gain of a legendary skill had made Zhang Wei's combat power skyrocket. In this situation, with such an overwhelming advantage, Zhang Wei only hoped these mice wouldn't flee too quickly. Otherwise, he might not catch up. In the next moment, Zhang Wei turned his battle knife and shield into full-fledged weapons, abandoning defense entirely. At this moment, Zhang Wei only needed to unleash his wild, unrestrained energy. What Zhang Wei didn't know was that not all the mechanized mice were attacking him. Some of them were up to something else. The mechanical rats that faced Zhang Wei were defeated at the first blow. No rat could stop Zhang Wei's attack. With every blow, at least one mechanical rat would be cleanly cut in two. The power of waving the shield was even more amazing. One heavy blow could even paralyze 2 or 3 mechanical rats to the ground, with sparks coming out of their bodies. But there are really too many mechanical mice. They surrounded Zhang Wei densely, with nearly 1,000 of them. Zhang Wei can violently sweep the mechanical mice in front of him, but he cannot take care of what is behind him. In just 2 minutes, the back of Zhang Wei's mecha was covered with a layer of mechanical rats. They were like hungry wolves, gnawing at Zhang Wei's back armor frantically. But despite their sharp teeth, they were unable to break through Zhang Wei's armor defense and could not cause any substantial damage. We can't go on like this. Zhang Wei slaughtered the rats in front of him while checking the condition of his own mecha. Although the mechanical mice could not break through the armored defense of the mecha, they pounced on Zhang Wei's mecha, and Zhang Wei's mecha had to bear the weight. If only 1 or 2 of them were causing trouble for him, Zhang Wei would definitely not care. But once the number increased, it would become a pressure that could not be ignored. The motivation dropped too quickly. In Zhang Wei's sight, the engine power was decreasing at a rapid rate. Although the power bar did not have a numerical reminder, it was like a car's fuel gauge, and one could see the approximate percentage remaining. In fact, the loss of power is not a big deal for Zhang Wei, because source crystals can not only upgrade the mecha, but also replenish energy for the engine, but Zhang Wei just doesn't want to waste it. Any source crystal in the early stage is valuable. Get out of here, everyone. Zhang Wei controlled the mecha and did a somersault. Actually, it just rolls on the ground. Although the posture is not elegant, the effect is very good. Zhang Wei couldn't bear the weight of the mechanical mice, and similarly, the mechanical mice couldn't bear Zhang Wei's weight. Under Zhang Wei's heavy body, those mechanical mice were crushed in an instant like fragile ears of wheat. Their metal shecks deformed under the pressure, and some were even completely flattened like discus. Ha! Zhang Wei laughed, feeling very excited. Compared with the previous method of chopping with a knife, this rolling and crushing method is simply like a dead tree or rotten wood with amazing power. With just one roll, 40 or 50 mechanical mice died. How about just lying there and just rolling away? This highly efficient method of killing mechanical mice made Zhang Wei reluctant to get up. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wei simply gave up the idea of getting up. He covered his face with a shield and allowed the mechanical mice to trample on the rest of his body. When Zhang Wei feels that the number of mechanical mice that have pounced on him is enough, he will immediately use the crouching dragon technique, and large groups of mechanical mice will die. Just as Zhang Wei was happily using the crouching dragon to flip over, a mechanical mouse with blue eyes was directing its minions to do the work. It is hard to imagine that the mice, which are so annoying to look at every day, can actually do handicrafts. They are fiddling with the chains on the ground that Zhang Wei used to tie them up. At this moment, Zhang Wei was not aware of this at all. He was only concerned with the mouse that pounced on him and did not pay any attention to the situation in the distance. These mechanical mice were the ones that did not participate in the siege of Zhang Wei. When Zhang Wei realized this, the alien mechanical mouse had already commanded its minions to put the cleverly connected chains on Zhang Wei's limbs one by one. Moreover, when Zhang Wei tried to roll his body to break free from the restraints, more chains wrapped around Zhang Wei's body like maggots on his tarsal bones. Zhang Wei was stunned by the sudden change. Forgot about that alien. I was careless. After being reborn, everything went smoothly for him. However, facing the crushing attack of the mechanical mouse, Zhang Wei lost his vigilance. This sudden change at this time was like a bucket of cold water poured on Zhang Wei's head, extinguishing the underestimation of the enemy and complacency in his heart. But with the power of little things like you, do you think you can control me? Zhang Wei sneered, his voice revealing endless confidence and arrogance. He knew very well that in this world full of machinery and unknowns, he could never be careless at any time. But at the same time, he was also clear about his own strength. This scheming mechanical mouse was just a small stumbling block on his way forward. Although he was under control, Zhang Wei was not panicked at all. The fighting power is there, so what if he is bound by chains? There were at least 20 rats pulling at each chain, but this could only restrict Zhang Wei's movements and could not completely make Zhang Wei lose his ability to resist. As Zhang Wei pulled hard with his arms, the mouse that was pulling the other end of the chain with all its might instantly took off and crashed into Zhang Wei's arms like an arrow. But before Zhang Wei could deal with these rats, the iron chain that he had just controlled in his hand was quickly snatched back by more rats. When there were at least 50 mice pulling on each chain, Zhang Wei felt overwhelmed. The combined strength of the 50 mechanical mice was enough to counteract the strength of Zhang Wei's one arm, devouring the source crystal, replenishing the engine power. Zhang Wei muttered to himself. Although Zhang Wei would not be harmed if he continued to stalemate with these rats, he did not want to waste time here. As the power of the source crystal was continuously consumed by the engine, the intelligent alien mechanical mouse appeared. As soon as it appeared, it rushed straight towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's huge mecha did not make it feel afraid, but more excited, because as long as it devoured Zhang Wei, it would become more powerful. As an alien species, it not only possesses intelligence, but its combat power is also much stronger than that of its peers. When it pounced on the chest of Zhang Wei's mecha, it opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit the chest fiercely. The armor that could not be destroyed by ordinary mechanical mice actually showed tiny cracks under the gnawing of this alien. What hard teeth! Zhang Wei secretly marveled at the sharp teeth of this alien species. However, even if the alien's attack could cause damage to Zhang Wei, it would still take some time to chew through Zhang Wei's armor. At this time, Zhang Wei's mecha power had been replenished to 80%. Use skills to enhance your combat power. Although the engine power was instantly consumed by 50% under Zhang Wei's command, it brought about a doubling of power. "Get out of here, everyone!" Zhang Wei shouted angrily and pulled the chains around him with both hands. The mechanical mouse, dragging the chain, suddenly fell to the ground in chaos. Zhang Wei took the opportunity to jump up and grab the alien that was gnawing at his chest armor. "UI?" the alien mechanical mouse asked in horror. It emits an electronic synthesized sound, which is sharp and treacherous. This is simulated through the brain waves of a mechanical mouse. This is also a unique ability of the alien mechanical creatures. Ordinary mechanical creatures do not have such an ability. Zhang Wei's voice was very cold. Zhang Wei didn't have time to explain anything to the rat, so he just killed it. Under the force of Zhang Wei's palm, the steel armor on the alien mechanical mouse quickly twisted. In less than 2 seconds, the alien mechanical mouse was squeezed into a steel ball by Zhang Wei. After the death of the alien mechanical mice, the ordinary mechanical mice began to feel fear in their hearts. The alien mechanical mouse is their king. The king is dead. What can they do? Escape. However, before these rats escaped, Zhang Wei had already picked up his sword and shield and rushed forward to kill them. At this moment, Zhang Wei seemed like a different person, faster and stronger. This was the change brought about by the enhancement of his super combat power. And the sword and shield in Zhang Wei's hands were not only weapons. His feet also ruthlessly stepped on the rats one by one. The mechanical mice were defeated and fled under Zhang Wei's crazy killing. Although the mechanical mice ran very fast, Zhang Wei was even faster. Unfortunately, these mechanical mice are best at digging holes, and they dig the mountain at an extremely fast speed. In just a few minutes, Zhang Wei could no longer see the mechanical mice. "You guys are fast. Legendary skills, really abnormal." Zhang Wei sighed as he stood there. Although a lot of power was consumed at one time, the power can be replenished using source crystals, so it is not a big deal. The key point is that after the skill effect disappeared, Zhang Wei did not feel any discomfort in his body. "Oh, that alien!" Zhang Wei quickly ran back to the place where he killed the alien mechanical mouse. A red source crystal floated quietly above the corpse of the mechanical mouse. "Activate the source crystal." "Ding, I got an excellent electric scythe." "Bed?" Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaimed. The red light represents that this source crystal is a high-level source crystal. Ordinary source crystals are white, intermediate ones are yellow, advanced ones are red, epic ones are purple, and legendary ones are colorful. Zhang Wei thought that good things should come out of this source crystal, but he didn't expect it to be so good. Mechanical mice are just one of the lowest level mechanical creatures. Even if they produce high-level source crystals, the chance of getting good stuff is very low. Is it related to land reclamation? Who cares? Zhang Wei couldn't wait to pick up the scythe. Excellent electric scythe. Two-handed, combat strength plus 50 attack with electric energy, nice one. Zhang Wei instantly threw away his customized broken sword and shield. Compared with the scythe, the sword and shield were pure garbage. The electric sickle is 10 meters long, as tall as Zhang Wei. Holding it in his hand, he looks like a god of war holding a powerful weapon, full of domineering power. Electricity jumped on the scythe like a dancing silver snake, emitting heart-pounding electrical energy. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with this war sickle, and at the same time he also felt a little grateful to the alien mechanical mouse. After all, it is really difficult for such a small creature to produce such a large weapon. Although the scythe is only an excellent level equipment, it seems a bit regrettable compared to the higher level excellent, epic, and legendary ones. But Zhang Wei is a contented person. He understands that in the early days of the apocalypse, it is already a very lucky thing to own a piece of high-quality equipment. The quality of equipment ranges from ordinary to excellent, epic, and legendary, and each level represents a different power. Although the sickle in Zhang Wei's hand is only of excellent grade, it has greatly improved Zhang Wei's combat effectiveness. I've never used a war sickle in my previous life, so I'll need some time to get used to it. Zhang Wei stood on the top of the mountain, holding a scythe in his hand. As he swung it, the wind whistled. The experiences of using various melee weapons in his previous life kept emerging in his mind. He was well aware of the commonalities of melee weapons, and the familiar feeling gradually revived with every swing of the scythe. As time went by, Zhang Wei became more and more proficient in controlling the sickle. The originally unfamiliar weapon gradually became agile and powerful in his hands. Every swing cuts through the air, leaving behind sharp traces. When Zhang Wei had mastered the war sickle to a certain level of proficiency, he turned his attention to the source crystals scattered on the ground. A total of more than 800 source crystals were obtained in this wave. It can be imagined that the number of mechanical rats that besieged Zhang Wei before must have exceeded 1,000. Because there were 500 or 600 mice that ran away just now, devouring the source crystal. Ding! The unit's level has been upgraded to level 9, and its combat power has increased by 2. Ding! The unit's level has been increased to level 10, combat power plus 2, and the unit can evolve. After consuming 750 ordinary source crystals, Zhang Wei's body level was upgraded to level 10. Zhang Wei did not choose to evolve his body immediately. He ran to the top of the mountain and took a look at the situation around Xinfeng Mountain. When he found that there was no danger, Zhang Wei chose to evolve. It takes some time for an organism to evolve. During this period of evolution, the organism cannot move. If there are dangerous creatures nearby, it is likely to be attacked. Fortunately, there were no wild animals on Xinfeng Mountain, only rats. Now that the rats had been driven away by him, there was no danger anymore. Evolved body. Just when Zhang Wei chose to evolve his body, a mysterious energy seemed to emerge out of thin air, descending quietly like ancient magic. Zhang Wei's originally towering 10-meter-long mecha, under the influence of this energy, slowly left the ground and gradually floated into the air. As the mecha rotates leisurely in the air, its shape is also changing bit by bit. Every inch of steel seemed to be recarved by this mysterious energy, and every joint seemed to be given new life. About 10 minutes later, when the last wisp of energy dissipated into the air, the transformation of the mecha was finally completed. At this moment, Zhang Wei's mecha has been completely renewed. The most striking change is its taller stature. The original 10-meter-tall body has now grown to 12 meters, appearing even more majestic and powerful, and its limbs became thicker and more powerful, as if containing infinite power. Evolution completed. Combat power plus 30. The internal space of the mecha increased, the internal and external equipment positions activated, and ordinary external defense armor and ordinary external thrusters were obtained. As the evolution was completed, the mecha slowly landed on the ground. Open the panel. Mecha form. Level 1 Evolution Mech Level. 10 weight. 31 tons power. 320 type. Medium melee standard power configuration. Dual cycle nuclear engine equipment. Elite grade electric scythe. Ordinary external defensive armor. Ordinary external thrusters. Skill. Super combat power enhancement. Legendary. After checking the properties of the mecha, Zhang Wei closed the panel with satisfaction. Go down the mountain. Zhang Wei activated the thrusters he had just obtained from evolving his body. If you have thrusters, using jets will save more energy, and you will be able to use more countermeasures when you encounter a siege situation like the one just now. As for now, Zhang Wei simply wants to get familiar with the feeling of using the thrusters. Even though he was already familiar with thrusters in his previous life, there were still some differences between light and medium machines, which forced him to adapt himself. After a brief adaptation, Zhang Wei found that familiar feeling again. He stood on the top of the mountain and stepped lightly. The mecha shot out like an arrow. The mecha's feet were more than 10 centimeters away from the ground. Whenever the thrust of the thrusters was insufficient, the thrusters would burst out with fire again to refill the power. It only took Zhang Wei a few minutes to reach the foot of the mountain. Zhang Wei, who landed at the foot of the mountain, did not turn off the thrusters. He still used the thrusters to assist himself in moving forward and headed straight for Chuanqing. There are a lot of resources in Chuanqing waiting for Zhang Wei to harvest. Along the way, Zhang Wei did not encounter any obstruction from mechanical creatures. Soon, Zhang Wei entered the city smoothly. However, the situation inside the city is far worse than outside the city. The sounds of explosions, metal colliding, screams, and smoke filled the air, creating a doomsday scene. Standing in the chaotic city, Zhang Wei stopped briefly. The place with the highest quality mechanical creatures should be the zoo. Let's go check it out. The higher the quality of the mechanical creature, the higher the level of the source crystal that explodes, and the better the things you get. Having tasted the sweetness of owning good equipment, Zhang Wei naturally looked down on those ordinary source crystals. Now Zhang Wei still lacks a lot of equipment, and if he wants to get the equipment, he can only fight those powerful mechanical creatures. Those mechanical creatures in the zoo, in my previous life, caused a great crisis to Chuanqing. Killing them will definitely give me a lot of good things. I can consider this as a good deed. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei rushed straight towards the zoo. At this time in Chuanqing, the culprit causing the chaos was not the rats and other animals hiding in the darkness. On the contrary, it turns out that people as pets have caused greater harm to people, because mechanized pets have more powerful lethality than mechanical mice. There are some good things going on, though, because not all pets become irrational after being mechanized. In the city, some pet dogs have become intelligent after being mechanized, and they still protect their owners. It is said that dogs are man's best friends, and this statement does make some sense. Just as Zhang Wei was rushing to the zoo, in a chaotic corner of an ordinary community in Chuanqing, a mechanical dog was confronting a light mecha. I told you not to keep this stupid dog, but you didn't listen. Tell me, what should we do now? Han Su's roaring voice came from the light mecha. The person he yelled at was Han Xiao. It's already so late, you should kill it. Han Xiao cried bitterly, and the makeup on her face became blurred under the tears, like a ghost face. However, at this moment, Han Xiao didn't care whether Han Su yelled at her or not. Now Han Xiao just hoped that Han Su would quickly kill this mechanical dog with red eyes, because this dog had lost its rationality, and its first target of attack was actually herself. Han Su felt very uncomfortable. If I can kill you, will I yell at you? Isn't the fundamental reason for the confrontation that I can't beat the dog? Look at how many holes this dead dog has bitten into my brand new mecha. You're not the one who fights hard for love, right? If he could be killed, he would have been killed long ago. Call Zhang Wei and ask him to come and rescue me. He bought a heavy truck a while ago, and his mecha must be very powerful. Yes, I'll call now. After Han Su's reminder, Han Xiao thought of Zhang Wei, as if she had found a life-saving straw, and hurriedly took out the phone. But will Zhang Wei come to rescue them? The mechanical apocalypse has just begun, and communications have not been interrupted. Even if Blue Star's normal means of communication are interrupted, The people operating the mechas can still contact each other through the mechas, which is many times stronger than the communication means on Blue Star. When Zhang Wei received the communication request, he was about to arrive at the Sichuan Zoo. Zhang Wei was stunned when he saw the unfamiliar call. Who would come to me at this time? Guessing secretly, Zhang Wei chose to answer the call. The moment he answered the call, Han Zhao's voice appeared in Zhang Wei's mind. This was the Mecha taking over the communication function of Zhang Wei's mobile phone. Zhang Wei, where are you? Come and save me. Han Zhao's voice was hoarse and trembling with tears, revealing deep despair and helplessness. When Zhang Wei heard this voice, he felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart. If it were me in the past, after hearing her voice like that, I would have rushed over without hesitation, right? Zhang Wei laughed at himself in his heart. He despised himself for having risked everything for this woman. Then, Zhang Wei's voice became calm and indifferent, as if he was a bystander observing all this. Who are you? Why should I save you? Me? I'm Han Xiao. Zhang Wei, your mecha is amazing, isn't it? Please come and save me. My dog has turned into a monster, and it wants to eat me. Han Zhao's crying voice revealed her anxiety at the moment. Where is Han Su? Zhang Wei asked back. Since Han Xiao did not leave Chuancheng, she should be with Han Su. He is blocking my dog, but his mecha is not powerful enough and he can't stop it anymore. Where are you and when can you come? Han Xiao urged anxiously, as if she wanted Zhang Wei to appear in front of her right now. Let him take it first. I can't leave. Zhang Wei's tone was somewhat cold, and he immediately hung up the phone. Go save her? It's a joke. Zhang Wei was eager to let Han Xiao experience the cruelty of the end of the world and the kind of days of living in fear every day. Of course, he wanted to let Han Xiao experience it. Now Zhang Wei no longer wants Han Xiao to die so easily, because that would be too easy for her. As for whether Han Xiao and Han Su would die in this wave, Zhang Wei was not worried. Although the mechanical dog transformed from a pet dog is much stronger than a mouse, the mecha transformed from a heavy motorcycle purchased by Han Su will not be weak either. It's enough to deal with the mechanical dog. On the other side, Han Xiao was like a wooden sculpture, staring blankly at her mobile phone, her face full of astonishment and confusion. What did he say? Han Su was extremely anxious. Seeing Han Xiao in a daze, he wanted to give Han Xiao a big fight right away. It's already this late, and you still have time to be in a daze? He said, let you hold on. Han Zhao's tone was a little mechanical. She hadn't figured out why this happened. Didn't you say you like yourself? Do you like it that much? Han Su was furious when he heard this and yelled, bullshit. Why should I call him when I can handle it? At this moment, Han Su's hatred toward Zhang Wei instantly rose several levels. In Han Su's opinion, Zhang Wei's behavior was tantamount to watching someone in need do nothing to help. Is this what you do, bro? You still want to seduce my sister? Be careful. Han Zhao's voice suddenly became sharp. She nervously reminded Han Su. It's coming. Han Su cursed in a low voice. This darn dog. Knowing that Zhang Wei could not be relied upon, Han Su no longer had any hope of success. As for Han Xiao, he definitely can't be relied on. In the current situation, if he doesn't want to die, he can only fight this jerk on his own. In a blink of an eye, the mechanical dog's cold body pounced over, and the two iron lumps collided fiercely with a deafening collision sound. In this close-range fight, Han Su was clearly at a disadvantage. The mechanical dog's movements were swift and precise, and the scars on Han Su's mecha continued to increase. Fortunately, although Han Su's mecha was transformed from a motorcycle, his motorcycle was heavy and brand new, and its initial combat power was slightly higher than that of the mechanical dog. Under Han Su's swinging iron fist, the mechanical dog was also constantly suffering injuries. Han Xiaoxin, who witnessed all this, was already nervous because according to the current situation, it was not certain who would survive in the end. Sichuan Zoo. Zhang Wei, who ignored Han Zhao's call for help, had already entered the zoo. The zoo at this moment has long lost its former harmony. It has now become a paradise for mechanical creatures to revel in wanton carnival. There aren't many human mechas in the zoo. Even if there is, it has basically become food for mechanical creatures. Humans can obtain source crystals from mechanical creatures to improve themselves. Mechanical creatures can do the same, and they are not picky about food. They can not only absorb the power of source crystals, but also devour steel. Human mechas are a real tonic for mechanical creatures. They can devour mechas to improve their own combat power, and devouring humans can also increase their intelligence. Mechanical organisms can also evolve, just like the evolution of human mechas. It's so lively. Where should I start? Zhang Wei took a deep breath, feeling the ups and downs of battles in the zoo around him, and felt very excited. This place is heck for other humans, but it is heaven for Zhang Wei now. There is no way, because Zhang Wei's combat power is enough to crush all mechanical creatures at this stage. Even the mechanical tiger transformed from a tiger is no match for Zhang Wei. Before Zhang Wei could decide where to start, some blind mechanical creatures rushed towards him. Mechas are a very nutritious thing, and most of the mechas in the park have been eaten up by mechanical creatures. Now that such a big guy appears, it will naturally attract the attention of mechanical creatures. Monkey? Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment when he saw the mechanical monkey that was less than 3 meters tall. By the way, is it true that my 12-meter-tall mecha has no pressure at all? Are these mechanical monkeys crazy? Seeing that the mechanical monkey was within his attack range, Zhang Wei swung the scythe in his hand easily. The scythe swept across the air, leaving a trail of purple electricity. When the electric current swept through the mechanical monkey's body, the red light in its eyes disappeared instantly. So sharp, Zhang Wei glanced at the scythe in his hand, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. Compared with the sword he customized, the sharpness of this scythe is simply not on the same level. If he had used the sword to attack, the mechanical monkey would have been knocked away by the powerful impact, but its body would have been left with scars, just like being hit by a sledgehammer. However, at this moment the scythe in his hand showed amazing power. The lower body of the mechanical monkey was still in a charging posture, rushing forward, but its upper body had been separated from the body and fell alone in the same place. This strike was as if cutting tofu, without any effort. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Wei's eyes were filled with even more satisfaction. Intermediate source crystal, very good. Zhang Wei may happily accepted the intermediate source crystal from the remains of the mechanical monkey. Just when Zhang Wei finished collecting the source crystals, a group of monkeys suddenly appeared around Zhang Wei. At a glance, there were definitely dozens of them. Seeing this, Zhang Wei murmured, "Is this poking a monkey's nest?" But I came at the right time. Faced with the steel giant that dared to kill their own kind, the monkeys instantly went into a frenzy. Dozens of mechanical monkeys roared and rushed towards Zhang Wei, wanting to tear the enemy into pieces. The Monkey King roared behind these mechanical monkeys. Zhang Wei couldn't understand monkey language, but he could feel the violence and anger emanating from the roar. In response, Zhang Wei just smiled coldly. With a scythe in hand, this violence and anger will eventually turn into helplessness for the weak. The monkeys approached him, and Zhang Wei waved his sickle with both hands. The sickle in Zhang Wei's hand seemed to turn into a gust of wind, sweeping the surrounding air. Purple electric currents kept jumping along with the sickle, forming several halos that revolved around Zhang Wei. At the edge of the aperture, any mechanical monkey that dared to step in would instantly turn into a pile of lifeless scrap metal, scattered on the ground. Only the floating source crystals could prove that they once existed. When Zhang Wei had slaughtered more than half of the monkeys, the Monkey King finally realized something was wrong. Its mechanical eyes flashed with alertness, and a low, rapid cry came from its throat. Hearing the call from the Monkey King, the group of mechanical monkeys that had been besieging Zhang Wei immediately stopped their attack and turned around to flee. "We've only killed about 30 of them, and you're already thinking of running away? That's wishful thinking." Zhang Wei sneered, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. He did not stop his attack, but instead sped up and chased after the escaping mechanical monkeys. The mechanical monkeys' escape speed was as fast as lightning, but Zhang Wei was like a gust of wind, even faster. Although Zhang Wei is big and strong, it does not affect his speed. The group of mechanical monkeys rushed around in the park, trying to use the surrounding buildings and trees to avoid Zhang Wei's pursuit. But all this was in vain. Any obstacle standing in Zhang Wei's way is as hard as paper. Although the buildings in the park are tall for ordinary people, they are as insignificant as toys in front of Zhang Wei at this moment and cannot hinder his progress at all. Moreover, with the help of the thrusters, Zhang Wei can move freely between the buildings, even more flexibly than the mechanical monkey. The Monkey King was terrified when he realized the speed of Zhang Wei's pursuit. It has led the monkey group to capture many mechas in the park. According to its experience, these human mechas are very clumsy and can be easily killed. But what is this now? Afterwards, the Monkey King led the remaining mechanical monkeys to rush to the crocodile park, because the crocodile park was the closest place to it. When the 7 or 8 meter long steel crocodile appeared in Zhang Wei's eyes, Zhang Wei finally reacted. Killing with a borrowed knife? This monkey has learned to use this strategy so quickly. Zhang Wei was surprised and saw the Monkey King's plan. After the Monkey King crossed the crocodile pond, it turned its head and grinned at Zhang Wei. In the Monkey King's opinion, the huge, thick-skinned crocodile is enough to deal with Zhang Wei. What's more, there are more than 20 crocodiles in the crocodile park, and they can tear Zhang Wei to pieces when they gather together. Don't be anxious. I'll kill you soon. Zhang Wei stared at the Monkey King, his voice as cold as iron. Zhang Wei will definitely not let go of the alien species in the monkey group. The alien species in the rat group can give Zhang Wei an excellent electric battle sickle. So what kind of surprise will the alien species in the monkey group bring him? Also, this group of crocodiles in front of us. There are no alien species? Zhang Wei was slightly stunned. Each of the steel crocodiles blocking his way exuded a ferocious aura, but their eyes lacked the azure blue color unique to these alien species. If there is none, then there is none. Zhang Weigon sighed, then moved his body and rushed towards the school of crocodiles like an arrow. The steel crocodiles are indeed large in size, but their movement speed is correspondingly slow. For Zhang Wei, these bulky steel crocodiles are sitting ducks. The scythe was swung, and every swing brought with it a sharp sound of wind. However, to Zhang Wei's surprise, the external armor of these steel crocodiles was actually tough enough to block the sharp edge of the scythe. The scythe slashed across the body of the iron crocodile, leaving only a long and deep wound, but failed to kill it with one blow. After all, it was originally wearing armor, so it's understandable that it has strong defensive capabilities. But it's useless even if I can block it. The iron crocodile can withstand a single blow from the scythe and remain unkilled, but the electric attack from the scythe has already corroded that part of the iron crocodile's body. The powerful electric energy can cause a short circuit in this part of the body, rendering it unable to move. This is no different from being paralyzed. At this moment, several steel tails suddenly lashed toward Zhang Wei like steel spears. Zhang Wei was shocked. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being hit by the steel crocodile's tail. The thrusters exploded and Zhang Wei dodged at high speed. At the same time, the sickle in his hand kept recovering, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Every swing of the scythe leaves a shocking scar on the steel crocodile's body. In just a few minutes, more than half of the ferocious and brutal steel crocodile was paralyzed. The smile on the Monkey King's face disappeared, replaced by deep fear and anxiety. It never expected that these brutal and ferocious steel crocodiles could not stop Zhang Wei. The next moment, the Monkey King turned around and fled in a panic. Zhang Wei glanced in the direction the Monkey King escaped and did not chase him immediately. Zhang Wei will not let go of these steel crocodiles, because the source crystals exploded by these steel crocodiles are all high-level source crystals, which are very fragrant. After a few minutes, Zhang Wei successfully cleared the entire crocodile park and harvested 23 high-level source crystals. Use ordinary source crystals to replenish power. The ordinary source crystals in the mecha space continued to disappear, and the power in the source crystals was gradually injected into the engine. Zhang Wei almost used the thrusters to fly all the way from Xinfeng Mountain back to Chuanqing. Now he has experienced 2 battles in the zoo, and the engine power is a bit insufficient. Now Zhang Wei really doesn't feel bad at all about using ordinary source crystals to replenish his energy, because there are still a large number of source crystals in the zoo waiting for Zhang Wei to harvest. And there are almost no ordinary source crystals here. The lowest are intermediate source crystals. The energy contained in an intermediate source crystal is enough to match that of hundreds of ordinary source crystals, and the same is true for the energy contained in a high-level source crystal compared to an intermediate one. However, using intermediate source crystals to restore power is enough, and using high-level source crystals to restore power is a bit too extravagant, because good things can be found in high-level source crystals such as equipment, skills, and even modules. Modules are very important components of mechas and are also an important factor in widening the combat power gap with other mechas, because modules are not only difficult to obtain, but also provide various abilities. However, Zhang Wei doesn't have time to open the high-level source crystals he has obtained. If we don't chase the Monkey King, it will probably disappear. If the Monkey King escapes from the zoo when he sees the danger, it will be difficult to find him in such a big city like Sichuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei immediately chased in the direction the Monkey King escaped. Just when Zhang Wei went to chase the Monkey King, a group of mechas appeared at the entrance of the zoo. Leading the group were all khaki-colored mechas. If Zhang Wei saw these mechas, he would definitely feel very familiar with them, because these guys were exactly the same as the 15-meter high heavy mecha that Zhang Wei had dismantled. Boss, the mechanical creatures in this zoo must be very advanced. We will definitely be able to obtain a lot of high-level source crystals. Be careful when you go in later. If anyone damages the mecha, I will show you how I will deal with you. Zhang Tao's voice came out. He was controlling a super heavy mecha that was 17 meters tall. This is also the real ceiling among the initial mechas, which was transformed from a customized or dump truck. Don't worry, we're redoing our job. We won't damage the mecha. Besides, our mecha is so powerful. Who can damage it? The man driving the 15-meter-tall heavy mecha spoke in a compliment. Zhang Tao was naturally happy when he heard this. Before the end of the world, Zhang Tao covered the sky with one hand in Sichuan City. Now that the end of the world has come, he wants to make his hand bigger so that he can cover a larger part of the sky. Let's go! Zhang Tao was in high spirits. He waved his hand and led the way into the zoo. However, when they entered the zoo, they were stunned because the scene before them was beyond their expectations. What's going on? Zhang Tao turned his head and looked at his group of younger brothers. If the metal debris on the ground were from the mecha, Zhang Tao would not be surprised, because they have experienced the power of mechanical creatures. There were also quite a few mechanical creatures in the mining area, and Zhang Tao and his team took a lot of effort to clear them out. However, the scene before him made Zhang Tao unbelievable. The metal debris on the ground obviously belonged to mechanical creatures. If other mechanical creatures killed these mechanical creatures, they should have eaten the metal debris on the ground. Obviously, someone dismantled these mechanical creatures. Boss, someone is stealing the monster. A clever younger brother immediately shouted excitedly. Go, let's see who it is. Zhang Tao became anxious. He has already obtained a lot of source crystals and knows how important they are. At present, Zhang Tao's body level has reached level 6, and this time he is planning to upgrade his body level to level 10. If someone takes away all the source crystals of the mechanical creatures in the zoo before him, how can he play? Run around the city and clear out mechanical creatures in every corner? This method greatly affects efficiency. Immediately, Zhang Tao and a large group of his followers rushed into the zoo. It was quite shocking to see a group of mechas of all sizes running together, and the ground was shaking violently because of their footsteps. Zhang Wei, who was chasing the Monkey King, was a little surprised after feeling the vibration of the ground. What is this huge guy running towards me? Zhang Wei turned his head and looked behind him. Who cares? Afterwards, Zhang Wei continued to chase, ignoring the vibration behind him. Now he had only one target, and that was the Monkey King fleeing in front. The Monkey King's escape speed was much faster than that of ordinary mechanical monkeys, but it was facing Zhang Wei, whose combat power was nearly 10 times greater than its own. Therefore, there was no possibility for the Monkey King to escape. When Zhang Wei approached the Monkey King could only turn around helplessly and face Zhang Wei. The blue light in the Monkey King's eyes kept flashing, revealing his fear at the moment. However, the Monkey King did not give up struggling. He bared his teeth at Zhang Wei, trying to scare him. "That's not how you laughed just now." Zhang Wei sneered coldly, not caring at all about the Monkey King's threat. "Human, let me go." The Monkey King made an electronic synthesized sound with a hint of pleading in his voice. "You're overthinking." Zhang Wei was unwilling to say a word to the Monkey King. There were still a large number of mechanical creatures waiting for him in the zoo. Moreover, the vibration behind him was getting closer and closer, and Zhang Wei didn't want to let the Monkey King escape again when he faced other mechanical creatures later. The Monkey King wanted to say something, but what faced him was the scythe flashing with electric light in Zhang Wei's hand. Facing the sickle that was slashing at him with the force of thunder, the Monkey King had no power to fight back. The initial mechas had no means of attack. Similarly, the initial mechanical creatures also only had instincts and were no different from their original forms. The scythe chopped down on the Monkey King with the force of thunder. The azure light in the Monkey King's eyes disappeared instantly under the scythe's blow. Replacing the azure light was a high-level source crystal, and the bright red light it released was very dazzling. "Let go of that source crystal." Before Zhang Wei could put away the source crystal, a roar appeared behind Zhang Wei. "Collect!" Zhang Wei did not look back, but directly put the high-level source crystal into the mecha space. After the collection was completed, Zhang Wei slowly turned his head. "Mecha? It's you." With just one glance, Zhang Wei recognized who the person was. When Zhang Wei saw Zhang Tao also saw Zhang Wei. Originally, what Zhang Tao wanted was the high-level source crystal produced by the Monkey King. But now Zhang Tao's mind has changed. He wants the sickle in Zhang Wei's hand more. You can tell how powerful this war sickle is just by looking at it. "A 12-meter-tall mecha, you have good luck. I'm Zhang Tao from Chuanqing Mining. Have you heard of me?" Zhang Tao introduced himself, with a hint of pride in his tone. Zhang Tao actually didn't take Zhang Wei too seriously. After all, the height of Zhang Wei's mecha is there. Based on the existing information, the simplest way to measure the combat effectiveness of a mecha is to look at its size. The 17-meter-tall mecha controlled by Zhang Tao is 20 points more powerful than the 15-meter-tall mecha. Zhang Wei's mecha is only 12 meters long. Even if he gets a weapon, how powerful can it be? Besides, Zhang Tao has nearly 30 mechas of all sizes. How can he not be able to deal with a 12-meter-long mecha? However, Zhang Tao believed in winning people over with virtue. He did not want to snatch Zhang Wei's scythe openly. He wanted Zhang Wei to be his subordinate. In Zhang Tao's opinion, Zhang Wei is undoubtedly a very strong fighter. "Zhang Tao, I know you." How could Zhang Wei not know? The engine in his mecha was stolen from someone else's mecha. That's enough for you to know. Follow me in the future. I promise you won't regret it. Zhang Tao casually extended an olive branch without even saying what benefits he would give to Zhang Wei. In Zhang Tao's opinion, it is enough as long as Zhang Wei has heard of his name. Your own reputation is the best olive branch. Did you forget to take your medicine? Zhang Wei's tone was cold. He originally had some intention of recruiting Zhang Tao. Unexpectedly, this guy actually came to recruit him. What did you say? Zhang Tao was a little suspicious whether there was something wrong with his ears. Mainly, he couldn't believe that Zhang Wei dared to speak to him like that. The Chuanqing Zoo is my territory now. Get out the same way you came in. If you don't leave, you will bear the consequences yourself. You jerk? Are you crazy? Brother, stop talking to him and kill him. The younger brother standing next to Zhang Tao spoke angrily. Zhang Tao didn't reply immediately, but he was obviously shaking with anger. After a few seconds, Zhang Tao laughed and said, "Haha, good, that's great. It's been a long time since someone talked to me like this. Kill him, but don't break the weapon in his hand." Zhang Tao himself had no intention of taking action. He simply gave an order, and nearly 30 mechas all rushed toward Zhang Yang. This was the moment for these younger brothers to show their loyalty. You should know that all of these mechas, without exception, are owned by Zhang Tao, and Zhang Tao has absolute control over them. Once Zhang Tao revokes the authorization, these people will no longer be able to control the mecha. However, Zhang Wei didn't even need to look at these mechas. A bunch of garbage. I couldn't even look at it. Is this a mecha? A good mecha is just a bulky lump of iron in these people's hands. It keeps swaying and twisting when running, as if it will fall over if touched. It is no wonder these people are so clumsy. The end of the world has just arrived. When it comes to proficiency in operating mechas, who in the world today can compare to Zhang Wei? You jerk, you dare to be so arrogant? Kill him. A light mecha pounced on Zhang Wei first. When Zhang Wei saw the mecha pounce on him, he was stunned for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a long-range mecha, right? Zhang Wei saw the weapon in the light mecha's hand. It was a gun, and a powerful proton freezing gun at that. It can be seen that the prototype of this mecha should be an expensive sports car. If it is a mecha transformed from an ordinary vehicle, it can only get ordinary machine guns, rifles, and shotguns after choosing long-range combat. High-end items like freezing guns and high-temperature guns can only be possessed by high-end mechas. But why would a ranged mecha rush up and fight with a melee mecha instead of hiding in the distance and firing cold shots? Zhang Wei couldn't understand, but only those who chose the long-range mecha knew the pain in their hearts. When they are not even skilled in operating mechas, expecting them to stand far away and hit targets with guns is a joke. Therefore, the current long-range mecha can only try its best to shorten the distance between it and the target before firing. This will at least increase the accuracy a little. At this moment, the light long-range mecha that pounced on Zhang Wei was thinking this. However, it can only be said that he was thinking too much, because when he reached the distance he thought was appropriate, he also entered Zhang Wei's attack range. The scythe itself is 10 meters long. Even if Zhang Wei holds the middle and lower end of the scythe, the range that the scythe can extend is more than 10 meters. Because the arms of Zhang Wei's mecha are also about 5 meters long. Bang! The freeze gun fired. A ball of ice blue energy spurted out from the muzzle, heading straight into the distance. The shot didn't even touch Zhang Wei. On the other hand, Zhang Wei's scythe cut through the air, and with the sharp sound of breaking through the air, a purple electric light flashed across the chest of the light mecha. The sharpness of the scythe and Zhang Wei's strength were perfectly combined, and the destructive force generated by this attack instantly cut the light mecha into two pieces. Moreover, not only was the light mecha cut into two pieces by Zhang Wei, but the person controlling it inside the mecha's abdomen was also cut into two pieces by Zhang Wei. Unless there are any accidents, humans will be in the abdominal cavity of a mecha when operating it. Immediately afterwards, the sound of metal friction and metal collision occurred in succession. The mechas that were rushing toward Zhang Wei seemed to have been forcibly paused, and a bunch of mechas were twisted together in a mess. However, the mess of the mechas was far less than the confusion of these people's minds. What did they see? With one scythe, a mecha was directly destroyed. What kind of terrifying attack power is this? Fortunately, their mechas were slower and not as fast as the light mecha just now. Otherwise, they might have been the ones whose bodies were broken into two. Zhang Tao was also shocked. He thought Zhang Wei would be a good fighter, but he didn't expect Zhang Wei's fighting ability to be so fierce. Of course, he became more eager for the sickle in Zhang Wei's hand. You are very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, you can't withstand the siege of us. Even if we can't get close to you, we can trap you here to death. How about we make a deal? Although Zhang Tao is very arrogant, he is also a smart man. If Zhang Tao really had no brains and was just arrogant and conceited, he would never have become one of the 10 great war gods in the future. Tell me about it. Zhang Wei had no intention of making a deal with Zhang Tao, but he was willing to listen to what Zhang Tao wanted to say. Give me the weapon in your hand, and I will give you 100 source crystals and allow you to hunt in the zoo. You could be on equal footing with me in the future. How about that? Zhang Tao revealed his bargaining chips. No matter what, let's trick the weapon out of Zhang Wei's hand first. As long as Zhang Wei has no weapons in his hands, then I can control him at my will, right? Hey, wake up, it's still daytime. Zhang Wei pointed to the sky. His mocking expression was obvious. 100 source crystals? If Zhang Wei guessed correctly, they must be ordinary source crystals, right? He even had the audacity to say that he was allowed to hunt in the zoo. Didn't he hear clearly what he said just now? The zoo has been taken over by Zhang Wei and is Zhang Wei's territory. As for being on equal footing, that is even more impossible. In this life, Zhang Tao is simply not qualified to be on equal footing with Zhang Wei. Even Zhang Tao's greatest opportunity has been snatched away by Zhang Wei. Are you going to fight to the death? Zhang Tao was furious. He had already made such concessions, but this guy still refused to budge. You are not qualified to fight to the death with me. Zhang Wei stated this cruel reality. By the way, I advise you to look behind you. Zhang Wei pointed in the direction behind Zhang Tao. After hearing what Zhang Wei said, Zhang Tao turned around subconsciously. When he turned around, Zhang Tao was so shocked that he almost jumped up. At some point, a group of mechanical creatures appeared behind him. And they're not small guys like mice and monkeys, but a group of mechanical deer that are at least 5 meters tall. Deer herd. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, and their sharp steel antlers were 2 meters long. If Zhang Tao was hit by one of these things, he estimated that even his 17-meter-tall mecha would be pierced through. How did they come behind me silently? No, that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that they are coming. Hurry up and stop them. Zhang Tao shouted loudly, urging his younger brothers who had fallen to the ground to get up quickly. Unfortunately, the deer herd did not give these mechas any chance. Under the command of an alien species, the deer herd launched an attack on the mechas that were in chaos. Zhang Wei shook his head secretly. He knew that these mechas were almost all scrapped. At the same time, Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Tao and said, "It seems that he must have been able to have a smooth journey in his previous life after he gained super combat power. Otherwise, with his IQ, even if he had a 17-meter super heavy mecha, he would die miserably." Zhang Wei analyzed the situation while watching quietly, with no intention of lending a helping hand. In fact, Zhang Wei was kind enough not to add fuel to the fire. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhang Yang didn't want to waste energy. Chopping up these nearly 30 mechas is quite energy-consuming, and the key is that Zhang Wei can't get any benefit after chopping them up. It would be great if it were this way now. Let the deer take care of these guys, and then I can take action to deal with the deer myself. Brother, help! Zhang Tao shouted extremely urgently and rushed towards where Zhang Wei was while shouting. The collision between the deer and the mechas was earth-shaking. In just the first wave of collision, 10 mechas lost their luster and vitality. The remaining mechas were also all injured. Given the state of these mechas, it was simply a fantasy to want to block the next wave of attacks. Even those heavy mechas that are 15 meters tall cannot stop it. Zhang Wei kept cursing in his heart that it was a waste of resources. It would be a huge waste to give such a good mecha to these people. As for saving people, why? Because you have money? Before the end of the world, money might be useful, but now, brother, save me. I can give you anything you want, money, women, anything. Zhang Tao knew very well that he could not escape the pursuit of these mechanical deer, because his level of mecha control was almost the same as those of his younger brothers, and he could not run far before being caught up by the deer. Now, the only one who can save him is Zhang Wei. It was not until now that Zhang Tao realized how terrifying Zhang Wei was. Think back to the metal debris you first saw inside the zoo. How many mechanical creatures did this person slaughter to produce so much metal debris? I'm not interested in what you re-talking about. Also, don't call me brother. My name is Zhang Wei. Zhang for arrogant. Wei for the only one who matters. At this moment, Zhang Wei was indeed quite arrogant. Unfortunately, there were no other audience members except Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao didn't care whether Zhang Wei was bragging or not. He just wanted to survive. Brother Zhang Wei, we both have the surname Zhang, so maybe we are relatives. You saved me today, and I will definitely repay you. Oh, and I have source crystals. I also know where to find high-quality source crystals. I will give them all to you. It would be impossible to impress Zhang Wei no matter whether they were relatives or not. But Zhang Wei was very interested in the source crystal that Zhang Tao mentioned. After all, Zhang Tao was one of the top 10 war gods in his previous life, and the opportunities he had obtained were definitely more than just the legendary skills on Xinfeng Mountain. If Zhang Wei could get Zhang Tao's other opportunities, he would be one step closer to his goal of becoming invincible. "Stand behind me," Zhang Wei ordered Zhang Tao, his tone full of unquestionable strength. Zhang Tao was waiting for this sentence. He didn't dare to say anything extra great. However, before Zhang Tao could get around Zhang Wei, he saw Zhang Wei controlling the mecha to soar into the sky, instantly pacing over the head of Zhang Tao's mecha and steadily blocking the herd of deer. By this time, the deer had captured almost all of Zhang Tao's minions. They released a wild and angry aura toward Zhang Wei, who dared to stand upright in front of them. But at this time, the alien mechanical deer in the herd let out a soft cry, and the sound calmed the irritable deer. "You have a good eye. Can you tell that I'm not someone you can mess with? But just because you don't go up doesn't mean I'll let you go." Zhang Wei waved his sickle and rushed towards the herd of deer. There is no benefit in dismantling the mecha, but Zhang Wei can get real benefits from killing these mechanical deer. The herd of deer, which had originally calmed down, suddenly became violent after noticing Zhang Wei's actions. The prey actually launched a counterattack against the hunter, which was a challenge to the hunter's authority. Without the need for the alien mechanical deer to command, the mechanical deer standing in the front row immediately charged towards Zhang Wei. Looking at the mechanical deer that lowered its head and charged with its antlers pointed at him, Zhang Wei sneered. "Do you think I'm one of those idiots who've been demolished?" Zhang Wei wielded the sickle, which was hook-shaped and extended more than 1 meter long. This allowed the sickle to pace over the deer's antlers and easily be sent into the body of the mechanical deer. The mechanical deer's physical defense is no match for the steel crocodile. It was ripped open with one cut. The mechanical deer that rushed towards Zhang Wei fell on the way. Zhang Tao stood not far away in a daze, feeling anxious. After witnessing Zhang Wei's true fighting ability, Zhang Tao was surprised why he was still alive. "Just now, I was so foolish as to provoke such a powerful guy." Under Zhang Tao's horrified gaze, the mechanical deer fell one after another. No matter from which angle the mechanical deer tried to hit Zhang Wei, the result was in vain. Even if a group of mechanical deer attacked from all directions, Zhang Wei could easily dodge them, and even kill 2 or 3 mechanical deer while avoiding the impact. In less than 5 minutes, the number of mechanical deer in the group was reduced to only 5. Among the 5 surviving mechanical deer is the alien species. "Human, you are very strong, and I don't want to be your enemy," the mechanical deer said. When Zhang Tao, the boss in the mecha, heard the mechanical deer speaking human language, his mouth opened wide. Zhang Wei had long been accustomed to it. "What do you want to exchange for your life?" Zhang Wei was not in a hurry to attack the alien mechanical deer. The alien species among these mechanical creatures can sometimes provide some good things. For example, some equipment hidden by them. The alien mechanical deer was speechless. "What good stuff can it have? Otherwise, why don't you give me all the source crystals on the metal debris on the ground?" "Well, it seems that those source crystals were originally yours. Since there is nothing in exchange, then leave your life behind." Zhang Wei took action, his body as fast as the wind. When Zhang Wei rushed towards the alien mechanical deer, the 4 mechanical deer surrounding the alien mechanical deer took the initiative to crash into Zhang Wei. However, these 4 mechanical deer that suddenly appeared could only delay a little time. However, this is exactly the time that the alien mechanical deer needs. Electromagnetic pulse. The mechanical deer murmured in its heart. Then, brilliant lightning suddenly burst out from its horns. The light was so intense that it seemed to engulf everything around it. The 2 electric lights intertwined and entangled in the air, and finally converged into a straight electric current, like lightning cutting through the night sky, shooting towards Zhang Wei at a rapid speed. "Be careful," Zhang Tao warned, with a hint of nervousness and fear in his voice. Zhang Tao was not really worried about Zhang Wei's safety, but Zhang Tao knew that Zhang Wei could not die. If Zhang Wei died, he would also be doomed. If Zhang Wei can't kill this deer, how can I, a guy whose fighting power is not even a fraction of Zhang Wei's, fight against the mechanical deer? It has learned the skills? So fast? Zhang Wei was very surprised. He didn't expect that this mechanical deer could master the skills in such a short time. Zhang Wei, who had just killed a mechanical deer, stood in front of him with a scythe in his hand. It would be great if there was a shield at this time, but unfortunately, Zhang Wei's scythe is a two-handed weapon. While gaining powerful attack power, it will definitely lose some defense power. The electromagnetic beam hit the scythe straight on like a streak of lightning. In an instant, the powerful force came like a violent storm, forcing Zhang Wei to sway and take 2 steps back involuntarily. The scythe was not able to completely withstand the power of the electromagnetic beam, and one part of the electromagnetic beam wrapped around Zhang Wei's arms like a spirit snake. After Zhang Wei's arms were covered by this energy, they seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, becoming slow and heavy. But that's all. Are you done? It's my turn now. Although his arms became sluggish due to the influence of electromagnetic force, Zhang Wei was still able to swing the scythe. He just swung his scythe vigorously, and it chopped towards the alien mechanical deer with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The alien mechanical deer had lost most of its power at this time, and all the power in its body was used to release electromagnetic beams. Hide? Can't. Zhang Wei's speed was as fast as lightning, so swift and fierce that even a fully powered alien mechanical deer could not escape his scythe that was as sharp as the wind. With just one strike, the mechanical deer was cut into 2 pieces. This was its final fate. Zhang Wei stepped forward, and in a few steps, he came to the wreckage of the mechanical deer and collected the source crystal that exploded from the mechanical deer's body into the mecha space. However, what disappointed Zhang Wei a little was that although the light of this source crystal was dazzling, it was only of high grade and did not reach the epic level he expected. He originally thought that this alien mechanical deer, which had mastered certain skills, would be able to produce at least 1 epic source crystal. But the reality was not the case. Brother, you're awesome. Zhang Tao spoke at an inappropriate time. In fact, Zhang Tao didn't want to make any noise to disturb Zhang Wei. If possible, he would like to use the underground escape skill to escape. Unfortunately, he can't burrow underground. So, instead of waiting for Zhang Wei to notice me, I might as well say some nice compliments first. It's your turn now. What will you give in exchange for your life? Zhang Wei turned around slowly. Although no aura was released from Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao still felt a dizzying aura enveloping him. What to exchange? The alien mechanical deer that just died was because it couldn't offer anything in exchange for its life, so it died. Yes, I have something good. Zhang Tao spoke hurriedly. He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, Zhang Wei's scythe would fall on him. Zhang Wei didn't say anything. His deep blue eyes just stared at Zhang Tao quietly. Zhang Tao said nervously, "In addition to knowing the information about the source crystal, I also have some good equipment. Show it to me." Zhang Wei has his own criteria for judging whether the equipment is good or bad. If Zhang Tao fools him, Zhang Wei doesn't mind making Zhang Tao suffer a little. Zhang Tao felt very unwilling, but in order to save his own life, he could only open the belly armor of the mecha and take out a cargo hold emitting purple light. This is an epic ion shielding chamber. It has a large internal space. I got it from an epic source crystal. In fact, Zhang Tao didn't need to introduce it at all. When Zhang Wei saw this cargo hold, he already knew that it was definitely a high-end cargo hold. Brother, can you give me this in exchange for my life? Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei uncertainly. Can. Zhang Wei did not show his excitement, and his reaction was rather flat. Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Wei's affirmative answer. Then he obediently stepped forward and handed the cargo hold to Zhang Wei personally. It is a bit unbelievable that a 17-meter-tall mecha is being respectful to a 12-meter-tall mecha. The scene was like a middle school student respectfully offering snacks to an elementary school student. Zhang Wei calmly installed the cargo compartment into the cargo space inside the mecha. There was originally no cargo hold in Zhang Wei's Mecha, which saved the trouble of replacement. Ding, equip Epic Ion Cargo Bay, combat power plus 20. As long as it is equipment, no matter what position it is in, it can increase combat power. Although 20 points of combat power is a bit low, it is better than nothing, and this cargo hold is just an internal storage equipment, and its main function is to store items. It's all over for you, let's go. After equipping the cargo hold, Zhang Wei casually ordered everyone to leave. You're gonna let me go just like that? Zhang Tao didn't quite believe his ears. He never thought that Zhang Wei would actually let him go so easily. If I were Zhang Wei, killing people and stealing treasures would be the most reasonable thing to do, right? What? You want to stay at my place a little longer? Do you have anything good? No, it's just that the source crystal. I'll come find you when I'm done with my work here. Zhang Wei's words instantly made Zhang Tao's mood plummet. Looking for me? What do you want from me? Now my calves cramp when I see you. How about I find the source crystal and have someone send it to you? Can we just be even from now on? However, Zhang Tao did not dare to express this beautiful wish and could only murmur, Okay, big brother, I will go and get that source crystal back for you now. Don't think about running away. Chuancheng is still safe. As long as you don't do anything stupid, nothing will happen to you with your ability. But if you run away from the city, I'm afraid you won't see the sun the next day. Zhang Wei reminded Zhang Tao. After all, since they have become enemies, it would definitely be safer to kill them to silence them. However, Zhang Wei gave up this idea. Zhang Tao must be a very lucky person. Currently, most of the good things on Zhang Wei come from Zhang Tao. Therefore, it is much better to keep Zhang Tao than to kill him. By keeping Zhang Tao, as long as Zhang Wei visits him once every few days, there should be a surprise. Don't worry, brother. I won't run away. I definitely won't run away. Zhang Tao waved his hands at Zhang Wei repeatedly. Let's go. Zhang Wei raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the zoo entrance. Okay, big brother. Zhang Tao left respectfully, and after leaving Zhang Wei's sight, he immediately ran towards home as fast as he could. Zhang Wei watched Zhang Tao run out of his sight, and then he began to use ordinary source crystals to recover himself. The power needs to be restored, and the damage to the arms that were just hit by the electromagnetic pulse also needs to be healed. It is enough to absorb the energy in ordinary source crystals. Just as the machine was autonomously devouring ordinary source crystals to restore itself, Zhang Wei took out a pile of trophies from the internal space of the mecha. There are intermediate source crystals provided by the mechanical monkey and advanced source crystals provided by the mechanical crocodile and mechanical deer. There are hundreds of source crystals in this pile. Activate the source crystal. Zhang Wei opened the source crystals one by one, starting with the intermediate source crystals. There was no surprise. Not a single piece of equipment appeared from the intermediate source crystals provided by the mechanical monkey. They were all converted into mecha experience points. Dozens of intermediate source crystals pushed Zhang Wei's body level to level 13. Although the level increase was not much, the increased combat power still satisfied Zhang Wei. After level 10, each level increase could increase 4 points of combat power. The intermediate ones are not available, but with so many high-level source crystals, 2 of which are from alien species, there must be something to be found, right? Zhang Wei began to open the advanced source crystal with a little anticipation. Advanced source crystals can provide more experience points, and Zhang Wei's body level began to soar. It was not until Zhang Wei opened the 17th source crystal that the goods were finally shipped. Ding, we got an excellent grade barrel cargo hold. Cargo hold? Zhang Wei was very dissatisfied. He already had an epic level cargo hold. What was the use of this advanced level cargo hold? Put it away. Zhang Wei received the cylindrical cargo hold into his own cargo hold space. The interior space of the epic cargo hold is very large. The cargo hold is long and cylindrical, only half a meter long, 30 centimeters wide, and 50 centimeters high. But even in such a small cargo hold, there is more than 10 cubic meters of space. Such a large space is enough to store a lot of things. As for why the unused cargo hold was put away, it must be useful. Although Zhang Wei no longer needs this low-level cargo hold, other people need it. Even if he cannot exchange it for other things, he can exchange it for some source crystals. After Zhang Wei folded up the cylindrical cargo hold, he continued to open the source crystal. Perhaps because it was the early stage of the advent of machines, no equipment was opened from the high-level source crystals, except for the last two source crystals that exploded from the alien species, which were all experience. Is your face so dark? Zhang Wei was in a bad mood. Even in his previous life, he had a miserable life, but his face was not so dark. Let's see if he can deliver the goods. Zhang Wei placed his last hope on the only two remaining source crystals. Open. Ding. Acquired skill, Death Laser. Zhang Wei grinned instantly. It's shipped. Keep going. Ding. Obtain excellent level external armor. Reinforced alloy armor. Sure enough, it has to be an alien species. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with the products produced by these two source crystals. Learn the Death Laser. Ding. Learning the Death Laser is successful. Death Laser. Active skill. Attacks multiple targets in a straight line. This should be something that was dropped by the alien mechanical deer. Not bad. Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. The skill of Death Laser can be considered a means of long-range attack, which can make up for Zhang Wei's own shortcomings. Moreover, this Death Laser has a similar effect to the electromagnetic beam of the alien mechanical deer. It can not only destroy the target, but also paralyze the target. Aquí brain fursa yo yarmo. Excellent reinforced alloy armor combat strength plus 30 durability. 500 not bad. Zhang Wei commented. All armors can adapt to the size of the mecha. Compared with the Death Laser skill, the armor is indeed a bit inferior, and the increased combat power is just average for Zhang Wei. However, armor is used to provide defense, so it is understandable that the increase in combat power is small. As for the armor's defense, it depends on the quality and material of the armor. Reinforced alloy is a good material in the early days of the apocalypse, and it is not a problem to withstand the attacks of ordinary mechanical creatures. Durability refers to the degree of wear of the external armor. If the durability is too low, the defensive power of the armor will be greatly reduced. The mecha's level has been upgraded to level 19, and the upgrade speed is quite fast. If this is the case, I'm afraid we can upgrade the mecha to level 30 today, right? At level 30, the mecha can undergo a second evolution. Zhang Wei had imagined that everything would go smoothly for him, but he never thought it would be this smooth. Completing the first two mecha evolutions on the first day of the apocalypse was something that would have been unthinkable before rebirth. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei quickly stood up. The ordinary source crystals have been completely swallowed by Zhang Wei. The power of the mecha has recovered to 90%, and the numbness in his arms has disappeared. There are no more source crystals. Zhang Wei muttered to himself as he walked deeper into the zoo. At this time, Zhang Wei really had no source crystals left, not a single intermediate or advanced one. Only some ordinary source crystals left. Collecting source crystals is urgent. After walking a short distance, Zhang Wei entered the fox park. However, there was no sign of a fox in the park at this time. What's strange? Zhang Wei was a little confused. However, as Zhang Wei went deeper and deeper into the zoo, this doubt became deeper. Zebra Park, Giraffe Park, Hippo Park. These parks were surprisingly empty, without even a trace of a mechanical creature. Were they all killed by the mechanical creatures in the beast area? Zhang Wei felt doubtful and did not stay in the herbivore area, but headed straight for the beast park. The beasts are bloodthirsty and manic by nature, and after transforming into mechanical creatures, their combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of herbivorous mechanical creatures. This is why Zhang Wei put them in the back to deal with the beast mechanical creatures. But when Zhang Wei entered the wild animal park, his doubts turned into anger. Where have all the monsters gone? What Zhang Wei didn't expect was that the beast area was actually empty, without a single mechanical creature to be seen. Zhang Wei was planning to harvest more source crystals to allow his body to evolve a second time, but he didn't expect this to happen. The strange thing is gone. How to evolve? In fact, those mechanical creatures are all alive and well, they just escaped from the zoo. When Zhang Wei was slaughtering the monkeys, some mechanical creatures sensed Zhang Wei's presence. After Zhang Wei wiped out the school of crocodiles, some of the mechanical creatures chose to escape. Even mechanical creatures that have not become alien species still have the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. What's more, those mechanical creatures that have transformed into alien species have intelligence almost similar to that of ordinary people. They not only know how to survive in this dangerous world, but also know how to avoid potential threats. Originally, only about half of the mechanical creatures ran away, but after Zhang Wei killed the alien mechanical deer that had learned to use skills, all the mechanical creatures in the park ran away in a group. Faced with a killer god you can't defeat, are you just going to stay and wait for death? If Zhang Wei had not chosen to open the source crystal after Zhang Tao left and had not wasted time, he should have been able to catch some mechanical creatures. Now it's too late. Ran away. See where you can run to. Zhang Wei knew that the mechanical creatures here were definitely not dead, because there are not many mechanical wreckages in these parks, and in the previous life, in order to eliminate the mechanical creatures in this zoo, humans have lost countless lives before they can get rid of these mechanical creatures. Now that I haven't done anything to these mechanical creatures, they must be alive. They just all left the zoo. As long as I don't escape from Chuancheng, I will meet you one day. After saying that, Zhang Wei turned and left. Without mechanical creatures, what are we doing here? Although Zhang Wei looked down on those weak mechanical creatures wandering around the city, there would always be gains from chopping them down, and it was better than doing nothing. By the way, do you want to go check out those two jerks? Zhang Wei, who had no monsters to kill, suddenly thought of Han Xiao and Han Su. Let's go take a look. Zhang Wei made a decision. If those two jerks were in good condition, Zhang Wei would definitely find some fun for them. If they are living a miserable life, Zhang Wei will seriously consider whether to make things worse. There is nothing to do anyway, so it would be nice to clean up the mechanical creatures and collect some source crystals along the way. After leaving the zoo, Zhang Wei did not run, but walked slowly on the street. Although the streets were still in a state of chaos, there were not many objects blocking the road. There is no longer the hustle and bustle of the past, only sporadic mechanical creatures chasing humans everywhere. Zhang Wei witnessed someone being chased and had no intention of taking action. Zhang Wei is not a saint. In this end times, everyone's life and death depends entirely on their own abilities, and one cannot blame others if he dies. Only when those mechanical creatures were ignorant and took the initiative to provoke Zhang Wei would he reveal his ruthless methods. However, although Zhang Wei did not attack many times, his sharp attack methods were still discovered. Photos of how Zhang Wei killed mechanical creatures were circulated wildly in various group chats and circles of friends. There were even some videos of Zhang Wei killing mechanical creatures. Every swing of the scythe and every perfect kill proved how powerful Zhang Wei was. Oh my God, this man is so powerful. Can we be saved? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, and his words were full of desire for life. Whoever has this person's contact information, I can give him a lot of money, and I want him to protect me. Someone couldn't help but sigh, and his words were full of desire for life. However, some people sneered at this person. It's the end of the world. What's the use of money? Since he has the ability, he should take responsibility. This statement also caused a rebuttal. Bullshit, it's his own business if he's powerful. Why should he protect you? Is he your father? How can you talk like that? Do you still have any humanity? Various disputes were burning like raging fire in various group chats. Some people's voices are full of pleading and praying. Some try to use money to seduce and hire, and some try to bind others with moral shackles. All kinds of voices are intertwined together like a chaotic music. But without exception, Zhang Wei's appearance was like a breeze, bringing confidence to some people. Because in their opinion, if Zhang Wei could kill those mechanical monsters effortlessly, then they should be able to do it as well. After all, most people own mechas. At this time, Zhang Tao had returned to his villa. He was holding his mobile phone and checking the screen with a disdainful smile on his face. You know what? Rich people always have privileges. Even though Zhang Wei killed more than 30 of Zhang Tao's men at one time, he still had a large number of people and a large number of mechas under his command. His family runs a mining company and has many vehicles under their name. At this time, outside the Zhang family villa, more than a dozen 10-meter-tall mechas were patrolling and guarding. What kind of idiots are these? You actually expect him to protect you? That's crazy. It would be merciful of him not to kill you. Hey, coming outside. Have you got the source crystal? Zhang Tao shouted while checking his phone. At this time, Zhang Tao had already disintegrated from the mecha, and a khaki mecha core was worn around his neck. As long as the mecha core is on Zhang Tao, he can merge with his mecha at any time. After the initial transformation of the mecha, the disintegrated mecha will enter the mecha core. It was as if there was a huge space in the core of this mecha. Young master, the people we arranged are looking for him. There should be news soon. A man who looked like a butler stood in front of Zhang Tao. The look he showed toward Zhang Tao was even more respectful than before the end of the world. There was no way. Before the end of the world, if Zhang Tao was unhappy, he would just beat and scold you at most. After all, it was a society ruled by law. But now is the end of the world, and the death of a person is a very small matter. If you really make Zhang Tao unhappy, it could be fatal. Tell them to hurry up, I don't have much time. Zhang Tao waved his hand impatiently. Zhang Wei was like a dark cloud hanging over his head. He didn't know when Zhang Wei would appear. What would happen if Zhang Wei appeared in front of him, and he didn't have what he wanted? Zhang Tao didn't dare to think further. Okay, master. I'll go and urge them now. Just when the housekeeper wanted to leave, Zhang Tao suddenly said, wait. Forget it, go ahead. Zhang Tao waved helplessly. Originally, Zhang Tao wanted to ask the housekeeper to arrange a few girls to come in, but after thinking about it, he really didn't have the interest to do so. The butler bowed and left. Do you want to check his background? But how can I check it if I only know a name? The internet has not been completely disconnected yet, so you can still check something if you want. But Zhang Tao didn't know what Zhang Wei looked like, or even his age. He only knew his name. How could he start? Forget it. We can't provoke him. With that guy's cold temper, I'm afraid we won't be able to threaten him even if we catch his relatives. If you really piss him off, everyone here will die. Zhang Tao gave up those unfriendly thoughts in his mind. This kind of killing god can only be pleased and not provoked. Night fell, like a huge piece of black velvet slowly covering the entire city. Zhang Wei strolled leisurely all the way to the residential area where Han Su lived. At this moment, the entire community was filled with smoke and metal debris was everywhere, but the surroundings were eerily quiet. The initial chaos of the end of the world has basically ended. Those who should die have died. Those who should hide have already hidden. Some of the mechanical creatures have been destroyed, and more are hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. For example, in the neighborhood where Han Su lives, Zhang Wei has already seen several mechanical creatures hiding in the dark. Most of them were transformed from pet cats and dogs of the past, but they were no longer as tame and cute as before, but were instead cold and cruel. When their eyes met Zhang Wei, they all chose to retreat. Their survival instinct told them that they could not afford to offend this mecha. There are not many medium-sized mechas in the city. Most of them are light mechas converted from motorcycles, cars, etc. Most of the mechanical creatures killed during the day were killed by light mechas. Light mechas can kill these mechanical cats and dogs, let alone Zhang Wei's medium-sized mechas. Today is just the beginning. Tomorrow will be more exciting. No, maybe tonight will be exciting. Zhang Wei looked up at the sky. Animals are transformed into mechanical creatures, including birds. There are not many bird-like mechanical creatures appearing during the day. This is not because birds are kinder than other animals, but because bird-like mechanical creatures are also adapting to their new body structure. After all, they need to fly. Tonight, military planes will patrol the city and will be attacked by bird-like mechanical creatures. This is something Zhang Wei experienced personally in his previous life. Zhang Wei walked downstairs to Han Su's house while thinking. Han Su lives on the 3rd floor of a 6-story building. With Zhang Wei's current height, it is not a problem for him to look directly at Han Su's house. However, Zhang Wei did not show up. He stood beside Han Su's house and listened quietly. Han Su, what are you thinking? Why is there no food at home? Han Zhao's voice was trembling with a hint of anger. She tried to keep her voice as low as possible, fearing that it would attract those terrible monsters. Why are you yelling? Even if there's food, it's as if you can do it. Aren't you pretty? There's a single fat guy living upstairs. Go upstairs and seduce him and get some food. Han-Soo was lying on the sofa, his face pale, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. If an ordinary woman heard these words, she would probably be furious, but Han Xiao did not lose her temper. She frowned slightly, with a gleam of desire in her eyes. Really? Obviously, Han Xiao was moved. Why would I lie to you? Han-Soo looked at Han Xiao unhappily. It's already this time. Do you think I have the time to tease you? Okay, I'll go up and take a look. After saying that, Han Xiaojin took a step forward and prepared to go upstairs to take a look. How did I fall in love with a woman like this in my previous life? Zhang Wei felt so disgusted that he wanted to slap himself hard a few times. After the apocalypse, it was common for women to exchange their bodies for food, but that was only a few years after the apocalypse. At the beginning of the end of the world, this situation was very rare. Han Xiao could behave like this. It was obvious that she was not a good person. Tick-tick, the sound of high heels is particularly crisp in the quiet corridor, as if every step is striking at people's heartstrings. When Han Xiao saw the door to the fourth floor, an expression of grievance immediately appeared on her face, and she tore at her clothes hard. This exposed even more whiteness on Han Xiao's already cool chest. Boom, boom, boom. Brother, are you home? Can you open the door and give me something to eat? Han Xiao's voice was soft and pitiful, like a helpless little girl seeking help. At this moment, she showed her fragility to the fullest. Zhang Wei heard all of this. He looked into the house from the fourth-floor balcony. He did not see the fat man Han-Soo mentioned, but he saw a 1.5-meter-tall mechanical cat. Obviously, Han Zhao's knocking was heard by the mechanical cat. The mechanical cat was stunned for a moment when it heard the knock. After it heard Han Zhao's voice, the mechanical cat grinned, revealing its fangs flashing with cold light in its mouth. Then, the mechanical cat suddenly leaped up and pounced on the sturdy security door. At the moment of tumbling in the air, sharp claws suddenly popped out from its cat claws, flashing a cold light, as if they could cut through all obstacles. When the sharp cat claws collided heavily with the security door, a sharp metal friction sound instantly resounded throughout the room, as if a sharp blade was cutting people's nerves, making people clench their teeth involuntarily. Han Xiao, who had been completely immersed in her acting, was frightened by the sudden noise. Her face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground with her heart beating faster. When Han Xiao looked up in a hurry, she saw 4 shocking cracks on the security door. Through these 4 cracks, Han Xiao saw the robot cat's eyes emitting red light. "Oh my God!" Han Xiao screamed and no longer cared about her image. The fear in her heart drove her to crawl downstairs. However, the mechanical cat obviously didn't intend to let her go easily. Its sharp claws continued to tear at the security door fiercely, and each tear made the cracks wider. The security door was shaking under the power of the mechanical cat, as if it would break at any time. However, although the cracks on the security door continued to increase, fortunately, this security door was strong enough and could barely withstand the fierce attack of the mechanical cat for a short time. Han Xiao ran as fast as she could and rushed back to Han-Soo's house in just a few seconds. Han Xiao rushed into the house panting, with fear and tension written all over her face. Han-Soo was curled up on the sofa with a look of fear on his face. He also heard the noise upstairs. "What's going on?" Han Xiao slammed the security door shut, then quickly moved away from the door and made a gesture to Han-Soo to keep quiet. "Shoo, don't talk, there's a monster upstairs." Han Zhao's voice was low, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. When Han-Soo heard the word monster, he immediately shut up. Zhang Wei witnessed the condition of the 2 people, which made him feel relieved. Since the 2 of them were already living a miserable life, they might as well continue. However, just when Zhang Wei wanted to leave, Han Xiao actually contacted Zhang Wei by phone. "She knows I'm here?" Zhang Wei was a little surprised. Logically speaking, he didn't feel that he had revealed any flaws. Given the abilities of these 2 people, there was no way they could discover him. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei answered Han Zhao's call. "Hey, Zhang Wei's voice was filled with a coldness that seemed to keep people at a distance. However, Han Xiao didn't care whether Zhang Wei was indifferent or not. She cried with a trembling voice and said to Zhang Wei carefully, "Zhang Wei, where are you? Please come and save me. I'm so hungry. There is a scary monster upstairs. I'm really scared. Can you come and save me quickly?" Han Zhao's helplessness at this moment was not pretended. She truly felt fear and helplessness. Although Han Su has a mecha, he was seriously injured after dealing with Han Zhao's pet, and he has no ability to continue fighting. If that mechanical cat upstairs rushed down, both of them would really be dead. "Oh, where are you?" Zhang Wei said lightly and asked knowingly. "We are at Han Su's house. Can you come and save me?" Han Zhao's tone was full of expectation. She doesn't have many friends in Sichuan City. Apart from Han Su, she only knows Zhang Wei. After being frightened by the mechanical cat, Han Xiao can't count on Han Su and can only contact Zhang Wei. Now eating is no longer important. What is important is to save life. It just happened to be nearby. "Are you sure the monster you mentioned is upstairs in Han Su's house?" Han Xiao was very surprised to hear that. Even though Zhang Wei was not in front of her, she nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, it's upstairs." "I see." After saying that, Zhang Wei hung up the phone. "I was originally planning to leave like this, but since you guys think the current situation isn't exciting enough, I'll give you something exciting." Then, Zhang Wei took action and inserted the sickle in his hand directly into the room from the fourth-floor balcony. The mechanical cat that was frantically attacking the security door was held up by the sickle and instantly smashed the security door, and was finally pressed against the wall of the corridor. However, the mechanical cat did not die. Its eyes were still flashing with cold light, and it was struggling hard to break free from the restraints. Zhang Wei grinned coldly and said calmly, "Not dead yet?" Before he finished speaking, he gently raised the scythe in his hand and swung it down suddenly. The tip of the scythe pierced into the body of the mechanical cat like lightning, making a sharp metallic collision sound. Then, Zhang Wei pulled hard, and the scythe was instantly pulled out of the mechanical cat's body. The tip of the scythe cut a crack on the ground that went straight to the balcony. Through the crack, one can clearly see the frightened faces of Han Xiao and Han Su. Han Xiao never expected that Zhang Wei would appear the moment she hung up the phone. "Okay, the monster has been dealt with. I'm leaving now." Zhang Wei's head appeared outside the balcony of Han Su's house. After leaving this sentence, he turned and left. It was not that Zhang Wei didn't want to stay any longer, but he was afraid that he couldn't help laughing. Looking at the two people's frightened expressions, it was indeed a bit torturous for Zhang Wei to suppress the relief that burst out from the bottom of his heart. After walking far away, Zhang Wei looked back at Han Su's dilapidated house. Because of Zhang Wei's sickle, Han Su's house had basically become exposed to the open air. And a mechanical bird will appear tonight, and Zhang Wei can already imagine how frightened the two will be at that time. "This is just a little interest. Compared to what you did to me in my past life, this is nothing." Then, Zhang Wei left quickly. It was only when Zhang Wei had just left the community that Han Xiao contacted Zhang Wei again. It was not because Han Xiao did not call Zhang Wei when Zhang Wei had just left, but because Han Xiao had just recovered from the great panic she had experienced before. "Anything else?" After answering the phone, Zhang Wei's tone became even colder. "Zhang Wei, was that you just now? You are amazing. Have you not eaten for a whole day? Come back soon. I will make you something delicious." Han Zhao's tone was very excited, and her voice was even trembling a little. There was no way. The strength that Zhang Wei had just shown had already occupied Han Zhao's entire heart. Compared with Han Su lying on the sofa, Han Xiao knew that she would only be truly safe if Zhang Wei was by her side. "Eat? No thanks." Zhang Wei ruthlessly rejected Han Xiao. There is no need to eat to operate a mecha. When the mecha absorbs source crystals to replenish power, energy will naturally be replenished into Zhang Wei's body. If Zhang Wei wants to eat, he needs to disintegrate. In the early days of the apocalypse, the human body was very fragile. Unless there were special circumstances, Zhang Wei would definitely not disintegrate with the mecha. Unless you wait for the mecha to evolve for the third time. After 3 evolutions, part of the mecha's own combat power can be attached to the human body through the mecha core. At that time, there will be the most basic safety guarantee when moving outdoors in human form. Because even with the mecha core in hand, the fusion process still takes about 5 seconds. In these 5 seconds, not to mention guns, even some knives can be fatal. Zhang Wei didn't want his invincible life to end so hastily before it even began. Wasn't he killed by Han Xiao and Han Su in his previous life? Ah, no need? How can you not need it? Aren't you hungry? Han Xiao didn't expect Zhang Wei to refuse so bluntly. She felt a little unbelievable. Anything else? Zhang Wei was already showing a lot of impatience, and Han Xiao reminded him of the moment when he was tricked to death by them. If he turned back now, Zhang Wei was afraid that he would not be able to resist killing these two jerks. Zhang Wei, I like you, can you be my boyfriend? Han Xiao no longer had any reserve. If she let go of such a powerful man and didn't hug him, would she regret it when she was eaten by the monster? After hearing Han Xiao's words, Zhang Wei couldn't help but pause. Although Zhang Wei's consciousness was controlling the mecha, he could still feel his heart beating wildly. He had heard this sentence before and believed it, but what did he get in return? It's death. Han Xiao, you are playing with fire. Zhang Wei spoke through gritted teeth, his voice as sharp as a knife. After hearing these words, Han Xiao's expression froze instantly, and she became stunned and confused. She originally thought that her confession would bring a romantic response, and she was even prepared to devote herself to it, but she never expected that Zhang Wei's response would be so cold and sharp. What's wrong with me? Han Xiao couldn't hold back the grievance in her heart. She questioned and cried out, doesn't this Zhang Wei like me? Is that how you like it? Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Perhaps Han Xiao had not done anything to him in this life, but human bad nature could not be changed. Even if Han Xiao did not hurt Zhang Wei now, Zhang Wei would never forgive Han Xiao and Han Su. Zhang Wei snorted coldly, then hung up the phone. It's not me you like. You just like strong people, people who can keep you alive. Since you like that, I'll help you find one. Zhang Wei already had an idea in his mind. Although Zhang Wei is well aware that people's bad nature cannot be changed, Han Xiao in this life has indeed not caused any harm to Zhang Wei. Didn't she say she liked me? Then let's see how she likes it. Zhang Wei quickened his pace without hesitation. His destination was the famous wealthy area in Sichuan City, which was also the villa area where Zhang Tao's family lived. Under the pitch-black night, Zhang Yang controlled the mech, shuttling through the silent city like a ghost, silently. Only occasionally, the flames ejected from the mech's thrusters would briefly break through the pitch-black night, revealing his swift figure. It's not that Zhang Wei has mastered some advanced stealth secret technique, but the black mecha is like a hidden ghost in the deep night and is difficult to be detected. What the heck? Come out. I'll shoot if you don't. In a villa area in the suburbs, a long-range light mecha raised a rifle in his hand and aimed at the place where Zhang Wei had just appeared. However, there was no trace of Zhang Wei in the direction he was aiming. Zhang Wei had just paced by using the thrusters. Rich people, huh? Zhang Wei sneered. Zhang Wei doesn't hate the rich, he just disdains them. In the early days of the end of the world, these rich people can still use various conditions to hire their so-called bodyguards. But as time goes by, these rich people and their bodyguards will be ruthlessly eliminated. Because mechanical creatures are evolving every day, those who work hard to familiarize themselves with mechas and desperately hunt mechanical creatures will become more and more powerful. The mecha advantage that the rich have in the early stages will soon disappear. But doesn't Zhang Wei have the kindness to warn these people and remind them to roll up and snatch the source crystal from him? With a sneer, Zhang Wei found Zhang Tao's home in no time. Speaking of wealth, Zhang Tao's family is one of the richest in Sichuan, so it's naturally easy to find a partner. The villa with the largest area and the most bodyguards must be Zhang Tao's home. When Zhang Wei stood in front of the door of Zhang Tao's villa, the patrolling mecha immediately discovered Zhang Wei. However, these patrol mechas did not show much excitement or nervousness. Excuse me, is this gentleman Zhang Wei? A voice came from a mecha. Yes. Zhang Wei replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the mecha immediately bowed to Zhang Wei and said, "Please follow me, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Tao had already explained Zhang Wei's matter to his men, but these bodyguards did not know that Zhang Wei was Zhang Tao's creditor. They all thought that Zhang Wei was Zhang Tao's friend, so naturally they would not neglect him and would not show any fear. In front of these bodyguards, Zhang Tao still has to save face. Inside the villa, Zhang Tao wasn't sleepy at all. When he heard some noise outside the door, he immediately got up and went out. Zhang Tao doesn't dare to let Zhang Wei enter the villa. What will happen if a 12-meter long mecha rushes into the villa? His house is indeed not small, but it is not a palace and cannot accommodate such a large mecha. When Zhang Tao opened the door and ran out, he saw Zhang Wei. He immediately said, "Okay, go down and take them to patrol somewhere far away. No one should get close to here." Yes. The mecha that led Zhang Wei into the villa did not have any objection. After responding, it immediately turned around and left. Zhang Wei saw through Zhang Tao's little thoughts. He thought it was a shame so Zhang Wei could understand. In this regard, Zhang Wei did not make things difficult for Zhang Tao. After all, there were still things for Zhang Tao to do. "Brother, you are here. I've been waiting for you." As his men moved away, Zhang Tao immediately put on a somewhat ugly smile. Zhang Wei didn't say anything nonsense and asked directly, "Where are the things?" Zhang Tao was actually very reluctant in his heart. He did get the source crystal and also knew what was inside the source crystal. However, it was because he knew this that he was so reluctant. He had originally wanted to find something good to replace this thing, but unfortunately, Zhang Wei came too quickly. "It has here, big brother. Since it's certain that he can't keep it, he should hand it over with a smile. He can't not be able to keep the thing and let Zhang Wei blame him, right?" Zhang Tao's thinking in this regard is quite clear. Zhang Wei didn't care much at first, but when he saw what Zhang Tao took out, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Floating gun?" Zhang Wei stared at Zhang Tao in disbelief. The floater is a special equipment and does not occupy any equipment position, because once the floater is activated, it will be bound to the mecha. It can be said that the floater is a very high-end item, even after evolving it 3 or 4 times. Ordinary people may not be able to get an ordinary floater. But now, Zhang Wei saw the floating cannon, and it was not an ordinary one, but an excellent class floating cannon. "Brother, you have good eyesight. This is a good stuff." Although Zhang Tao was a little surprised why Zhang Wei knew that this was a floating cannon, it did not prevent him from showing himself in front of Zhang Wei. However, before Zhang Tao could even begin his speech, Zhang Wei ruthlessly interrupted him. "Give it to me." This is great." Zhang Tao was stunned. An awkward smile appeared on his face, but he did not dare to show the slightest displeasure. He quickly walked to Zhang Wei's feet and carefully placed the floating gun on the ground. Zhang Wei bent down and reached out to grab the floating gun. Currently, the floating cannon is not activated. It is protected by a layer of light film, which is the size of a normal source crystal. Only after activation will it show its proper size. Hiss! Zhang Wei took a breath after picking up the floating cannon, because this floater is not only of excellent grade, but also a special type of freezing floater. The floating cannon is very similar to the long-range mecha. It is divided into ordinary rifles, machine guns, shotguns, and special types such as freezing and high temperature. As for whether there are other types, Zhang Wei doesn't know. Zhang Wei in his previous life couldn't reach that height. However, Zhang Wei was already very satisfied to have obtained an excellent class freezing-type floating cannon on the first day of the apocalypse. Activation. Ding, we got the excellent class freezing floater. Excellent class, cryo-type floating gun combat strength plus 200 emission speed. 1s maximum launch speed. 0.1s this thing. Zhang Wei murmured. Very strong. The combat power and firing speed are both very strong. However, Zhang Tao still thought that Zhang Wei was dissatisfied with the floating cannon. Hearing Zhang Wei's muttering, Zhang Tao couldn't help but tremble. Brother, if you are not satisfied with this floater, I will find you another piece of equipment. Well, you are thoughtful. Zhang Wei looked down at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao is a good guy. He is simply a boy who brings wealth. Zhang Wei is more and more reluctant to kill Zhang Tao. Equipment. Zhang Wei chose to equip the floating gun. When Zhang Wei chose the equipment, the floater was instantly connected to Zhang Wei's mecha, and soon the mecha and the floater authenticated each other. Afterwards, the floating gun floated back and forth around Zhang Wei's head like a nimble little fish. Zhang Tao almost shed tears of envy when he saw this scene. This was supposed to belong to him, but now, Zhang Wei didn't know what Zhang Tao was thinking. At this moment, Zhang Wei's mind was focused on the floating cannon. The floating cannon is connected to Zhang Wei's mind, just like using his own arm, without any lag, and can hit whatever he points at. Moreover, the floating cannon can also defend itself autonomously. It can be said that with the floating cannon, Zhang Wei is no longer afraid of someone shooting him in the dark, even if Zhang Wei himself cannot detect it. When the cold gun is within 100 meters of Zhang Wei, the floating gun will enter autonomous defense mode and open fire to block it. I don't know how far this floater can attack. Let's give it a try. Zhang Wei turned his head and looked into the distance. A beam of ice blue light shot out from the muzzle of the floating gun, like a flash of lightning that cut through the sky and disappeared in an instant. About a second later, a bright blue ice flower suddenly bloomed on top of a towering 10-story building in the distance. The ice flowers were crystal clear, emitting a faint chill, as if covering the entire building in an ice-blue halo. Zhang Wei looked at the ice flower and secretly estimated the distance in his mind. The distance between where he was standing and the 10-story building was about 500 meters. Zhang Wei was secretly delighted in his heart, as the attack range of the floating gun was obviously far more than 500 meters. However, the attack range of 500 meters is almost the optimal attack range of this floating gun. Because of the special properties of the floating gun, the longer the distance the freezing bomb flies, the weaker its power will be. Seeing how powerful the floating cannon was, Zhang Tao's tears welled up even more. Who can understand the pain in Tao Tao's heart? Who understands the pain of having to put on a smile, even though you are heartbroken? It's really good. I'm very satisfied. Zhang Wei spoke again to express his satisfaction. Brother, how about coming in and sitting down? It's getting dark now. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll have someone prepare something for you. Zhang Tao invited him politely. Although Zhang Tao now wished that Zhang Wei would leave immediately, he absolutely could not say so. No, I'll just rest in the courtyard. I need you to come with me tomorrow if I need anything. Ah, Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. Anything else? What's the matter? Hearing Zhang Tao's surprised voice, Zhang Wei lowered his head and looked at Zhang Tao coldly. What? You are not happy? Zhang Tao was frightened and immediately waved his hands. No, how can I do that? Big brother has something to do. I have no choice but to help. After hearing Zhang Tao's answer, Zhang Wei just smiled in his heart. He didn't believe a single word of these words. That's fine. Go and rest. Don't worry about me. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he turned around and left and sat down somewhere randomly, with no intention of disintegrating with the machine at all. Zhang Tao felt even more bitter when he saw Zhang Wei sitting on the ground with no intention of leaving. People are still asked to have a good rest. Who could have a good rest with a killer like you sitting here? However, no matter how Zhang Tao complained in his heart, he could only go back to the villa. Midnight. The sound of a helicopter was heard over Sichuan City, and it was not just one. Here it comes. Zhang Wei, who was sitting on the ground, looked up at the sky. Then a voice came from the helicopter. Please don't panic, protect yourself. The military will come to rescue as quickly as possible. The broadcast sound plays in a loop. Zhang Wei believed in the sincerity of the military, but did not believe in their speed, because there were too many things they needed to solve, such as the bird-like mechanical creatures that were about to appear and attack the helicopter. Zhang Wei wanted to remind him, but then he thought better of it. There are some things that one cannot learn the lesson from unless one experiences them personally. Only after experiencing pain will you be cautious and respectful when you continue to do things. Soon, bird-like flying creatures appeared. Zhang Wei couldn't tell what kind of birds the flying creatures that appeared were transformed from. In his previous life, he only divided them into 3 grades according to their size: large, medium, and small. What appeared now were small bird-like mechanical creatures with a wingspan of about 3 meters, but they flew at an extremely fast speed, like a bullet fired from a gun. Their beaks, wings, and claws were all their means of attack. The speed of the small bird-like mechanical creatures was countless times faster than that of the helicopters. The helicopters, which were identified as their first target of attack, had no chance of evading at all. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light streaked across the sky, rushing towards us like a meteor. The helicopter that was broadcasting in the air was almost instantly pierced by the silver light, as if a fragile paper was pierced by a sharp arrow. After a brief silence, a deafening explosion sounded, as if the sky was torn apart. The flames of the explosion illuminated a small area of the surrounding sky, and the dazzling light made people dare not look directly at it. Everyone who was listening to the broadcast was stunned. Those who were listening to the radio attentively were stunned by this sudden change. Their faces were filled with fear and helplessness. Some people even couldn't help screaming, while others covered their faces and cried, unable to accept this cruel reality. In people's minds, the military is their last resort and the lifeline in their hearts. But now, Zhang Wei, who was sitting on the ground, shook his head slowly. Crying and calling for help will not only have no effect, but will also bring about fatal disaster. Because the noises made by people will attract the attention of those bird-like mechanical creatures, and at the flying speed of these bird-like mechanical creatures, ordinary people will have nowhere to hide. The screams echoed in the night sky, mournful and desperate, as if pulling the entire city back into the fear and despair of the day. Behind Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao tiptoed to Zhang Wei's side and said with a trembling voice, "Brother, I can't sleep. Can I stay with you for a while?" Zhang Tao was not unable to sleep at all. He was just frightened to the point of being covered in cold sweats. Zhang Tao saw the attack power of the bird-like mechanical creatures. Zhang Tao felt that he was only safe when he was with Zhang Wei. The bodyguards at home could not bring him any sense of security. If you are afraid, merge with the Mecha. Your Mecha is not weak. You don't have to be afraid of these bird-like mechanical creatures. Zhang Wei kindly reminded Zhang Tao that he couldn't let Zhang Tao be so lazy. He was still counting on this fortune-bringing boy to find more good things for him. Zhang Tao's eyes lit up instantly, and he said excitedly, "Oh yes, I have a 17-meter-tall mecha. What can these small bird-like mechanical creatures with a wingspan of only 3 or 4 meters do to me?" Immediately, Zhang Tao took out the mecha core and chose to merge. A huge mecha appeared out of thin air. 5 seconds later, Zhang Tao's figure disappeared and was replaced by the Zhang Tao mecha. However, the way he stood behind Zhang Wei made him look more like Zhang Wei's bodyguard. Just then, the roar of a helicopter came closer and closer. Not all helicopters crashed in the first wave of attacks, and many were lucky enough to escape. The person approaching Zhang Wei at this time is obviously one of the lucky ones. Unfortunately, this lucky guy has also been targeted by the bird-like mechanical creatures. In the sky, the helicopter was roaring, and the machine gun on it was madly spewing flames, and the barrel became red and hot under the continuous shooting. However, this seemingly fierce firepower only delayed the time of destruction. "Brother, look, those mechanical birds are coming." Zhang Tao was tall enough to see what was happening over there with the helicopter from a distance. Hearing this, Zhang Wei stood up calmly. Originally, Zhang Wei hadn't thought about taking action. As long as those stupid birds didn't provoke Zhang Wei was too lazy to take action. Because those birds fly really fast, it would be very difficult for Zhang Wei to chop them with his scythe at his speed, and he might end up wasting the power of the mecha. However, when Zhang Wei saw that one of the stupid birds chasing the helicopter had its pupils emitting a deep blue light, he instantly became interested. "That's great. Let's test the attack power of the floater." The floating cannon and the mecha authenticate each other and share combat power. Currently, Zhang Wei's mecha's combat power has reached 556 points. The power of a freezing bomb from the floating cannon is quite considerable. Just when the group of bird-like mechanical creatures approached within 500 meters of Zhang Wei, the floating cannon opened fire. An ice-blue beam of light streaked across the night sky at high speed, and a freezing bullet accurately hit a mechanical bird. The freezing bomb did not cause any damage to the outer shell of the mechanical bird, but the entire mechanical bird was almost instantly frozen and fell from the air. Send someone to collect the source crystals. Zhang Wei stood in place, looking up into the sky, and the floating cannon fired again after a second. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei stupidly, his heart bleeding. Zhang Tao thought that the floater cannon would be very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful, and it should have been his. Unfortunately, Zhang Tao did not dare to express his grievances, but was very obedient. Okay, big brother. After saying that, Zhang Tao immediately arranged for his men to look for the mechanical bird that fell from the sky. At this moment, Zhang Wei felt that it was good to have a younger brother. He was only responsible for output and let his younger brother do all the miscellaneous work, which saved him trouble and effort. Zhang Wei's rescue behavior immediately attracted the attention of the helicopter pilot. At this moment, the pilot was like a drowning man who had grabbed a life-saving straw. After seeing that Zhang Tao's house was spacious enough, the pilot immediately stepped on the gas and rushed towards where Zhang Wei was. The helicopter discovered Zhang Wei. The mechanical birds were not stupid either, especially since there was an alien species among the group of mechanical birds. The speed of the mechanical birds was much faster than that of the helicopter. Without the obstruction of machine guns, they rushed towards Zhang Wei and crossed a distance of 300 or 400 meters in just a few seconds. They were about to rush in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was unmoved. His eyes changed from azure blue to lavender in an instant. Death laser. Zhang Wei whispered softly. Two purple lightning bolts suddenly burst out from Zhang Wei's eyes. They danced in the night sky, intertwining with each other, like two purple dragons and snakes fighting fiercely in the air. As they entangled, the faint lightning gradually became stronger, like a thick purple lightning that cuts through the night sky. The sudden lightning instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness, as if a bright star suddenly lit up in the night sky. And when this thick lightning accurately hit the swooping mechanical birds, the entire night sky seemed to be ignited and became extremely bright. Without exception, the mechanical birds that were struck by lightning turned into orb of flames in the sky, as brilliant but short-lived as fireworks. As the flashing lightning gradually died down, both the ground and the air fell into a brief silence. What a pervert! Zhang Tao couldn't help but speak first. After a brief silence, the roar of the helicopter suddenly became louder. As if the play button was suddenly pressed, the volume suddenly increased, and the pilot of the helicopter wanted to fly to Zhang Wei immediately. The body of the alien mechanical bird was suspended in the air, and the next moment, a sharp cry came out of its mouth. The mechanical birds that were not hit by the death laser began to retreat in panic, and their movements became faster, as if they were fleeing from an impending disaster. Want to run? Zhang Wei's eyes focused on lightning again. The floating cannon in the air started to shoot at high speed after a short period of charging, and freezing bullets began to fly all over the sky as if they were free. The freezing bullets seemed to be random, but each one could accurately hit a mechanical bird. As for the target of the death laser, there is only one, the alien mechanical bird. The other mechanical birds can run away, but Zhang Wei will not let this alien species go. The battle was over before the helicopter landed safely. The alien mechanical bird can't withstand Zhang Wei's death laser at all. The power of its skills will increase with the improvement of combat power. In fact, even without the added power of the floating cannon, the death laser with 336 points of combat power is not something that the alien mechanical bird can withstand at this stage. Is that all? Zhang Tao exclaimed in disbelief. The other bodyguards who were running toward Zhang Tao were also stunned. How long did the battle take from start to end? They were not staring at the sparks in the sky that had not yet completely dissipated. They were all staring at Zhang Wei, who was standing under the night sky. At this moment, in their eyes, Zhang Wei was a god, an invincible god of war. Collect the source crystals and don't keep them for yourself. Zhang Wei didn't care about other people's eyes, but he cared about the source crystals, so he reminded Zhang Tao. Okay, big brother. At this moment, Zhang Tao no longer cared about the reserve and face of those young masters of wealthy families. He stood in front of many bodyguards and called Big Brother without hesitation. You know, for a big brother to have such abnormal strength is a rare source of bragging capital. In this way, not only will he not lose face, but he will also make these bodyguards more respectful of him. Didn't you hear what my elder brother said? Hurry up and act. Anyone who dares to embezzle a little will be killed. Facing these bodyguards, Zhang Tao didn't have such a good temper. Amid Zhang Tao's roar, a group of bodyguards turned into birds and beasts and scattered. In fact, Zhang Tao didn't need to remind anyone who would dare to embezzle the spoils of the god of war. If they can easily kill so many mechanical birds, then they can also easily kill them. No one dares to have any bad thoughts unless they are tired of living. Just as a group of bodyguards went to collect the source crystals, the roar of the helicopter finally disappeared. Because of it, it landed. After the helicopter landed, a total of 5 people ran down from the helicopter. Comrade, thank you. The helicopter pilot started to thank Zhang Wei loudly before he even ran to Zhang Wei. Originally, Zhang Wei did not pay much attention to the pedestrians. He did not take the initiative to rescue them, nor did he expect their gratitude. In his eyes, these people were just passers-by and had nothing to do with him. However, when his eyes fell on the only woman among the 5 people, Zhang Wei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be heroic. This word seemed to be tailor-made for her. Zhang Wei couldn't help but blurt out, "What a beautiful woman." The woman was tall, like a straight pine tree, and her military uniform was straight and fitted her without losing her heroic spirit. Although the military uniform tried to hide her curves, her proud figure was still faintly visible, revealing a unique charm. Her skin is not that delicate white, but a healthy wheat color, as if it has been baptized by the sun, making it more resilient and energetic. Thank you for the compliment. My name is Lin Xinying. You are very good. If you have time, we can have a competition. Lin Xinying did not seem shy or angry in the face of Zhang Wei's compliments. Instead, she accepted them calmly with a generous and appropriate attitude. Her frank character added to her charm. Zhang Wei just couldn't help but exclaimed, not intending to tease her. If it were a pretentious woman, she would probably at least roll her eyes at her. "Hecko, my name is Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei reported his name while he kept recalling in his mind. What he was sure of was that he had never heard of this name in his previous life. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Xinying meaningfully. This beautiful woman probably didn't survive the early stage of the apocalypse, right? What a pity. As for the sparring she mentioned, Zhang Wei didn't take it seriously. Who could spar with Zhang Wei during this period of time? There should be, but there definitely isn't one in Chuanqing. "Merge!" Lin Xinying suddenly shouted. 5 seconds later, a silver-white, 7-meter-tall, slender long-range light mecha replaced the original Lin Xinying. Zhang Wei's gaze fell on the mecha, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He exclaimed, "What a beautiful mecha, as beautiful as you are. However, your gun doesn't quite match you. This is the rifle that comes with the initial mecha. Don't underestimate it. Although its power is not very good, it is very accurate." Lin Xinying gently stroked the rifle in her hand, but it seemed that she was not praising the power of her rifle, but praising her own marksmanship in disguise. Actually, that's true. As a soldier, it's reasonable for him to be good at shooting. Can you use the freeze gun? Do you have a freezing gun? Lin Xinying couldn't help but take a step toward Zhang Wei. She knew very well that the basic rifle that came with the mecha had limited combat power enhancement, so its power was naturally limited. Using it could only be said to be slightly better than having no gun at all. "Yes, you try it." Zhang Wei took out a freezing gun from the warehouse space. The quality of the freezing gun is only ordinary, but its combat power is increased by 30 points, which is much stronger than the rifle. This freezing gun is not very large, and to the mecha, It is more like a large pistol. Zhang Tao stared closely at the freezing gun that Zhang Wei gave to Lin Xinying. He felt that it looked very familiar. Okay, isn't this mine? This was the initial weapon used by Zhang Wei to destroy the first light mecha in the zoo. Using our manly things to give to beautiful women, great, you are worthy of it, brother. You are really excellent. Zhang Tao wanted to cry again. Can't we men deliver it ourselves? Give it to me? Lin Xinying did not immediately take the freezing gun handed to her by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Xinying. Ordinary quality freezing guns are only of some value at this stage, but will be worthless in the future. Now no one can exchange resources with Zhang Wei, and they can't be sold, so it's better to give them away. Who made Lin Xinying so pretty? As long as Zhang Wei likes her, he wouldn't even blink an eye when giving her equipment of high quality, let alone ordinary quality. Although Zhang Wei had been hurt by women in his previous life, he had not yet reached the point of hating all women in the world. It was just that it was somewhat difficult for him to fall in love with another woman easily. Moreover, Zhang Wei's behavior now is simply out of appreciation for beautiful women and has no other purpose. Lin Xinying slowly shook her head at Zhang Wei. I can't take your things for free. How about this? I use the source crystal to exchange with you? No, it's just ordinary quality equipment. No, that won't work. We don't take even a single needle or thread from the Macy's. This is a discipline, Lin Xinying said as she took out a dozen ordinary source crystals. This is all I have now. If it's not enough, I can give you more later, okay? Okay. Zhang Wei nodded and handed the freezing gun to Lin Xinying, and at the same time collected the dozen or so source crystals. Lin Xinying happily equipped herself with the freezing gun and put the retired rifle into the mecha space. Zhang Wei was considering whether to give the high-quality cargo hold that he had no use for to Lin Xinying. But after thinking about it, Zhang Wei decided to forget it. If I send more equipment, it might cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Zhang Wei, let's go save those people. Lin Xinying played with the freezing gun for a while and then offered her opinion. Save people? Zhang Wei was stunned. Yes, there is no telling how many people are suffering right now. Since we have the ability, we should save as many as we can. Lin Xinying's voice was a little low. For Lin Xinying, this topic carried too much responsibility and emotion. Perhaps this is a heavy topic for all the soldiers because they currently have no way to complete their mission. But for Zhang Wei, he didn't want to do such a useless thing. There are endless mechanical creatures to kill and endless people to save. The key is that mechanical birds fly very fast, and usually only 3 or 4 can be shot down from a group of them. The remaining mechanical birds will run away when they see that things are not going well. Just when Zhang Wei wanted to refuse, the bodyguards who had gone to collect the source crystals came back. Boss, we back. Their voices were filled with pride and joy after completing the mission. Hearing the bodyguards' calls, Zhang Tao prepared to make his presence felt. However, just when he raised his hand to take those source crystals, Zhang Tao's bodyguard actually ignored Zhang Tao, walked past him, and stood in front of Zhang Wei with his head bowed. Zhang Tao was very surprised and immediately wanted to get angry. At this moment, Zhang Wei's calm and gentle voice brought Zhang Tao back to reality. Thank you very much, you have worked hard. These few simple words were like a spring breeze, making the bodyguards feel flattered. Zhang Tao wanted to cry again. He gave a floating cannon as a gift, but he didn't even hear a word of thanks. It's okay, it's okay. We are Big Brother's brothers, and they are outsiders. Big Brother thinks there's no need to be polite to him. Zhang Tao kept comforting himself in his heart. You know what? After some self-comfort, Zhang Tao's mood immediately changed. Zhang Wei didn't care what Zhang Tao was thinking. All the intermediate source crystals produced by ordinary mechanical birds were collected by Zhang Wei. That's right, it's the intermediate source crystal. Although these mechanical birds have fierce attack power, they were originally transformed from birds of different sizes such as pigeons, and currently can only produce intermediate source crystals. As for the alien mechanical bird, it is quite powerful. It contributed the only high-level source crystal among a pile of source crystals. Open! Zhang Wei opened the source crystal in front of everyone. It's not the body experience, it's not the skill source crystal, it's the equipment. Excellence Clay's multi-point afterburner thruster combat strength plus 30. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, very satisfied with this thruster. Afterburning thrusters can provide 2 or more consecutive thrusts, allowing the aircraft to gain more powerful kinetic energy. In addition to afterburner thrusters, there are also high-speed thrusters, parallel thrusters, jets, and so on. There are many categories, and how to choose depends on personal needs. Zhang Wei now has only one thruster like this and has no choice, but the afterburner thruster is already a very good thruster. Moreover, the quality of this thruster has reached an excellent level, and the increased combat power is also significant. How could Zhang Wei not be satisfied? Equipment. The ordinary thrusters on the back of Zhang Wei's Mecha were replaced with the afterburning thrusters he had just obtained. At this moment, even Lin Qinying felt a little envious. There is no way Zhang Wei's equipment is luxurious. In addition to the excellent grade battle sickle, all other external equipment are of excellent grade, and there is also a special equipment floating cannon, not to mention that Zhang Wei has mastered skills. If Lin Qinying knew that Zhang Wei also mastered another legendary skill, she would probably be even more envious. Zhang Wei, can we set off now? Lin Qinying's words broke the brief silence. After thinking about it, Zhang Wei changed his previous idea and nodded slightly to Lin Qinying. It's also a good idea to go out and collect some medium-quality source crystals. Even if you can't get any equipment, it can still help you upgrade the level of your machine. As for saving people, just do it when you can. Well, let us not go, right? It's useless even if we go. The 4 people who got off the helicopter with Lin Qinying were a little dejected, with a hint of helplessness in their voices. In terms of personal strength, they were not afraid of anyone present, but facing those mechanical creatures, they felt helpless. Fighting those steel monsters with bare hands is like hitting a rock with an egg, and you will only become their prey. Zhang Tao immediately stepped forward and comforted them. Just rest at my house. You are safe here. It is very necessary to maintain good relations with the military. Even though the military seems a little weak now, that's because they haven't used their real killing weapons yet. Mechanical creatures cannot withstand the attack of artillery sheks. Although the world is in chaos now, Zhang Tao believes that order will be restored sooner or later, and the military will definitely be the one to lead the restoration of order. You guys just rest here. We can't go back now. We can only wait until dawn. Lin Qinying expressed her opinion. Okay, you go and rescue them. I will contact my superiors. If there are new orders, I will contact you. The pilot said to Lin Qinying. Okay, let us go then. Lin Qinying said, turning her gaze to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Qinying. At this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly interrupted. Brother, I. Before he could finish, Zhang Wei interrupted him and said, look after the house. I. Okay. Zhang Tao was helpless. He actually wanted to go out with Zhang Wei to get some free money. After all, if Zhang Wei got some equipment again, even if he didn't need it, he might be able to throw it to himself. At worst, he could at least pick up some of the equipment that Zhang Wei had eliminated. After watching Zhang Wei and Lin Qinying leave his sight, Zhang Tao couldn't help but complain in his heart. If you don't want me to be a light bulb, just say it directly. Huh, man? Zhang Wei didn't know about Zhang Tao's complaints about him, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. He does not have those dirty little thoughts at all. Along the way, Zhang Wei was very quiet and did not use the thrusters because he had to match Lin Qinying's speed. Lin Qinying, on the other hand, was very busy. Her pure white mecha did look good, but under the cover of night, it was like a beacon and could be spotted by mechanical creatures from a long distance. However, through observation, Zhang Wei also found that Lin Qinying was indeed not bragging. Her marksmanship was indeed good. She could hit the target almost 8 times out of 10. Just when Zhang Wei was ready to watch the show, a huge mechanical tiger with blue eyes and nearly 7 meters tall stared at Zhang Wei and Lin Qinying. Here comes the big fish. The night was as dark as ink, deep and heavy, but the mechanical tiger's azure eyes were like 2 bright lights, flickering in the dark night, extremely dazzling. It didn't seem to have the slightest intention of hiding itself. Instead, it showed up on purpose, as if to provoke and show off, wanting to see the terrified expressions of Zhang Wei and Lin Qinying. However, the mechanical tiger did not know Zhang Wei's identity. If it knew that Zhang Wei was the one who frightened it so much that it ran away in the zoo during the day, it would probably have already tucked its tail between its legs and fled in panic. However, now that the mechanical tiger has appeared, and since it has appeared in front of Zhang Wei, how could Zhang Wei let it run away? However, before Zhang Wei could take any action, the freezing gun in Lin Qinying's hand had already sprayed out cold flames. The ice blue freezing bullet cut through the air, leaving behind a string of gorgeous ice flower trails. With Lin Qinying's marksmanship, it was extremely easy to hit a target as large as the mechanical tiger. However, the power of the freezing bomb was a little insufficient, and the ice flowers formed on the mechanical tiger disappeared completely in an instant. My attack can't hurt it. Seeing this, Lin Qinying immediately took 2 steps back. There is no way. Lin Qinying's combat power is too weak. Even with the blessing of the freezing gun, it is only 50 points. This is because Lin Qinying's level has been upgraded to level 8, otherwise, she would only have 34 points of combat power. Are you okay? If not, let's run. Lin Qinying has not really understood how powerful Zhang Wei is. In her opinion, although Zhang Wei is definitely stronger than herself, he should not be much stronger. Her own freezing bombs cannot harm the mechanical tiger, and Zhang Wei's floating cannon is probably the same as hers. As for Zhang Wei's melee combat skills, or the skills that Zhang Wei could unleash with his eyes, Lin Qinying was not optimistic. The mechanical tiger is not a mechanical bird flying in the air, and the combat power of the 2 sides is not at the same level at all. Leave it to me. Facing Lin Qinying's worries, Zhang Wei just responded indifferently. Zhang Wei could hear the doubt in Lin Qinying's heart, but Zhang Wei did not explain anything. Because there is no need to explain, Lin Qinying will soon see with her own eyes how powerful she is. The next moment, a tiger roar was heard, and the powerful sound waves caused all the unbroken glacé on the surrounding buildings to shatter at the same time. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of breaking, a gigantic mechanical tiger rushed out fiercely with a ferocious look in its eyes and pounced straight at Lin Qinying. Lin Qinying, the guy who dared to attack it, must be torn to pieces completely in order to eliminate the anger in the mechanical tiger's heart. However, just as the mechanical tiger was about to pounce on Lin Qinying, a figure suddenly stood in front of it. The floating gun opened fire at the first moment. Different from Lin Qinying's freezing bullet, the freezing bullet fired by the floating gun not only had stronger freezing power, but the impact force of the bullet also knocked the flying mechanical tiger to the ground. Lin Qinying looked at the completely frozen leg of the mechanical tiger and fell into deep self-doubt. I'm not as good as the floating gun on his shoulder. This feeling made Lin Qinying very uncomfortable. It would be fine if she couldn't compare with other people's mechas. But if she couldn't even compare with a floating gun, then what was she? Before Lin Qinying could think about it, Zhang Wei had already appeared in front of the mechanical tiger with a scythe in his hand. The mechanical tiger watched Zhang Wei swing his sickle towards its head. At this moment, it had no time to wonder why Zhang Wei was so strong. It just used its hind legs to support its body to an upright position in an instant. Then a layer of flames covered its unfrozen tiger claws. The clash between the tiger claws and the scythe instantly produced dazzling sparks, as if stars were falling, lighting up the dark streets. After a brief stalemate, the power of both finally erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the entire block seemed to be shaking. The huge body of the mechanical tiger was smashed away by the huge impact, like an out-of-control meteorite, leaving a thrilling track in the night sky. Its body crashed through building after building along the way. In contrast, Zhang Wei stood there, not moving a single step. He's not dead? Zhang Wei, who was standing still, was a little dissatisfied with his sickle. It is a shame that I failed to kill the mechanical tiger instantly when my combat power was overwhelming, and it also delayed my ability to show off. However, What Zhang Wei didn't know was that he had already successfully pretended. At this moment, in Lin Qinying's eyes, Zhang Wei was simply the object of her admiration. Too strong. Some women like young and handsome men, the kind with fair and tender skin, while some like muscular men. But Lin Qinying likes men who are stronger than her. Now that she has seen a man who is so much stronger than her, Lin Qinying feels that he is really handsome. Especially the way Zhang Wei wielded the scythe just now, which Lin Qinying thought was what a real man looked like. Zhang Wei did not go to see Lin Qinying, because the mechanical tiger was not dead yet, and Zhang Wei would not give the mechanical tiger a chance to escape. Then, Zhang Wei chased after it along the big hole created by the mechanical tiger. Although the mechanical tiger was not killed by Zhang Wei's sickle, its condition at this time was not much different from being dead. The two front limbs of the mechanical tiger lying on the ground had completely lost power. When it saw Zhang Wei rushing towards it, a faint whimpering sound came from its mouth, as if it was begging for a chance of life. But before it could beg for mercy, Zhang Wei swung his scythe again. This time, without its front paws to block, the mechanical tiger could only use its neck to block the sickle in Zhang Wei's hand. A purple light flashed by, and the sickle easily broke through the defensive armor on the mechanical tiger's neck and directly chopped off the mechanical tiger's head. The remaining body of the mechanical tiger shook on the ground for a few times before completely losing its sound. A high-level source crystal slowly floated into the air. Collect. At this time, Lin Qinying also caught up with Zhang Wei from behind. Did you kill him? You were so awesome. Lin Qinying looked at Zhang Wei with admiration. However, the mecha's eyes were both azure blue, so Zhang Wei was destined not to be able to see Lin Qinying's eyes. It's okay, Zhang Wei said modestly. What good stuff did you get? Lin Qinying was not coveting Zhang Wei's spoils. She was just curious about what good stuff such a powerful mechanical tiger could drop. I don't know yet. Let me take a look. Zhang Wei took out the high-level source crystal. Afterwards, the source crystal was opened by Zhang Wei. Ding, obtain the excellent thermal energy giant sword. Thermal great sword, excellent. Combat strength plus 100 possesses extremely high heat, which helps cut through enemy armor. Good stuff, Lin Qinying exclaimed. Even though Lin Qinying had not seen many pieces of equipment, she knew that this giant sword was a good thing. It's okay. Zhang Wei pretended to be happy again. Zhang Wei also liked this giant sword very much. Apart from other things, the combat power bonus alone was much higher than the scythe in his hand. The next moment, Zhang Wei put the scythe into the cargo hold and replaced it with a giant thermal energy sword. The thermal greatsword is a two-handed greatsword, 8 meters in length, with a blade width of nearly 1 meter and weighs twice as much as a war sickle, but it brings with it greater power. I really envy you close combat guys. Your weapons are so powerful, Lin Qinying said sourly. You will get very good weapons in the future. Zhang Wei spoke to comfort her. This was not to fool Lin Qinying, because the weapons of the long-range mecha were also very powerful. It just hasn't exploded yet. Okay, I trust you, let's go. Okay. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Qinying. The fierce battle continued, and Zhang Wei's number of attacks was only a few. Most of the time, it was Lin Qinying who was running around. Zhang Wei didn't count how many people she saved and how many thanks she received. But apart from the words of thanks, Zhang Wei gained much more that night than Lin Qinying. Because Zhang Wei would not take action unless it was a critical moment, and every time he took action it was because Lin Qinying was surrounded. So every time Zhang Wei took action, he could deal with groups of mechanical creatures. However, most of the ones Zhang Wei dealt with were mechanical mice, and most of the ones he harvested were ordinary source crystals. The mechanical birds did not provide many intermediate source crystals because when they saw the situation was not good, they ran very fast, really flew. The only advanced source crystal was the one contributed by the mechanical tiger. The sky brightened, and the night of chaos came to an end. When it was completely light, Lin Qinying received a call from her companions, and her superiors gave them new orders. Immediately, Zhang Wei and Lin Qinying returned to Zhang Tao's house without even bothering to count their trophies. What surprised Zhang Wei was that after returning to Zhang Tao's house, only the four men drove away in the helicopter, while Lin Qinying actually stayed. Why didn't you follow them? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Qinying, who jumped out of the helicopter and came back, and couldn't help but ask. Lin Qinying's face was filled with a smile as warm as the spring sun. She walked lightly toward Zhang Wei and gently tapped the solid defensive armor on his feet. Her voice was a little playful. Of course it's because of you. She paused, as if afraid that Zhang Wei might misunderstand her, and added hastily, but don't get the wrong idea. It's because you're too powerful that I stayed here to win you over. Zhang Wei admired Lin Qinying even more after hearing this. This genuine and natural look made Zhang Wei feel very comfortable. You are so capable, but we don't have the right to order you to do anything. I can only stay and change you subtly. Lin Qinying has a generous personality, but she is also very thoughtful. After one night of contact with Zhang Wei, she has already seen that Zhang Wei is the typical kind of nothing-for-nothing kind of person. That is, he will not do anything that has no benefit. Lin Qinying would not be disgusted with Zhang Wei because of the way he handled things, but deep down she had an urge to try to correct his mentality. She wanted Zhang Wei to understand that in this world, sometimes taking the initiative to help others and lending a helping hand can also bring indescribable happiness and satisfaction. Of course, it would be better if Zhang Wei could join the military camp and obey unified command. Okay, as long as you happy. Zhang Wei shrugged. Zhang Wei didn't think that Lin Qinying would change him. His current way of doing things was developed in the past 10 years of his previous life. Who wasn't a passionate young man when they were young? It's just that its edges were worn away by the cruelty of the end of the world. As long as you can let me stay, that's all. Hearing Zhang Wei's answer, Lin Qinying's smile widened. Can I just say a few words? After watching the excitement for a long time, Zhang Tao finally found an opportunity to interrupt, but whether Zhang Wei allowed him to or not, he still had to ask a question. What's the matter? Zhang Wei's tone was not so good when facing Zhang Tao, and his words sounded a bit cold. Zhang Tao didn't seem to care about Zhang Wei's cold attitude. He asked anxiously, "Brother, did you change your weapon?" Zhang Wei nodded and answered simply yes. After hearing this answer, Zhang Tao continued to ask with some stammering. Then, what about the previous weapons? There was a hint of desire in his eyes. Do you want it? Zhang Wei asked Zhang Tao back. Zhang Tao immediately nodded to Chu Ran. I want to. Isn't this nonsense? How do we meet? Wasn't it because of that war sickle? I can give it to you, but you have to help me act today. The electric sickle was no longer useful to Zhang Wei, and he had originally planned to give it to Zhang Tao. Now that Zhang Tao has brought it up himself, Zhang Wei naturally won't refuse, and this can also become a motivation for Zhang Tao to help him act. Okay, big brother, just tell me what we should do. Zhang Tao patted his chest so hard that it made a loud noise. He wished he could drag Zhang Wei to stage a big show right now. Zhang Wei already had a plan in his mind, and after thinking about the details for a while he told it in detail. At this moment, not only Zhang Tao was listening carefully, but Lin Qinying was also listening carefully. After Zhang Wei finished expressing his thoughts, before Zhang Tao could say anything, Comrade Lin Qinying raised her hand first. I'm going too. Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao both lowered their heads and looked at Lin Qinying. What are you going to do? Zhang Wei didn't want Lin Qinying to get involved. Lin Qinying is a young lady with a strong sense of justice. Zhang Wei is going to cheat someone, and he is afraid that Lin Qinying will cause trouble. That Han Xiao you re-talking about must be a green tea girl, right? How about I help you to annoy her? As for how to quickly get closer to Zhang Wei, the first thing to do is, of course, to quickly get into the role of Zhang Wei's friend. And after listening to what Zhang Wei just said, Lin Qinying knew that Han Xiao was definitely not a good person. Besides, what Zhang Wei did was just a test. If Han Xiao really had deep feelings for Zhang Wei, she would not fall into his trap and would not get hurt. But if Han Xiao is really a green tea girl, then she deserves to be hurt. Even if Lin Qinying has an overflowing sense of justice, she will not stand up for such a person. Why did you make her angry? Zhang Wei asked subconsciously. Who is prettier, me or her? Lin Qining deliberately fiddled with her shoulder-length hair. You. Zhang Wei's tone was very firm. There is no doubt about this. Even if Zhang Wei does not judge Han Xiao and Lin Qining with tinted glacés, Lin Qining is beautiful. That's fine. If she's really like you said, I'll say I'm your girlfriend. How about that? Lin Qining was in a playful mood. In fact, she had wanted to participate in this kind of drama for a long time. The soldier sister was also a human being, a young person in her early 20s. Whatever makes you happy. Zhang Wei neither agreed nor refused. But why did I suddenly feel so hot in my heart? This time it was Lin Qining's turn to be anxious. Then it's settled. When are we leaving? In my opinion, let's do it now. Zhang Tao put forward his opinion. Since the two co-stars were so anxious, the protagonist Zhang Wei would not waste any time. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei first entered the residential area where Han Su lived. The community has obviously become more dilapidated, and it is obvious that some fighting took place here last night. Zhang Wei ignored the eyes that were secretly staring at him and ran all the way to Han Su's house. The house was still the same house, and the crack still existed. The vibration caused by Zhang Wei's mad running caused Han Su and Han Xiao to stick their heads out of a secret place to observe the situation outside. When Han Xiao saw that the person coming was Zhang Wei, tears flowed from her eyes without hesitation, because no one knew how scared she was last night. Zhang Wei? I'm here. Han Xiao had forgotten Zhang Wei's ruthlessness yesterday. She waved to Zhang Wei very hard. Zhang Wei sneered in his heart, and then quickly came to Han Xiao. Zhang Wei, what happened to you? Are you hurt? Han Xiao looked at Zhang Wei with concern, because Zhang Wei deliberately made his outer armor dirty, making him look as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. Zhang Wei didn't answer. He just shook his head slowly. Just then, the supporting actors come on stage. Haha, Zhang Wei, let's see where you can run. An even more violent vibration came, mixed with a very exaggerated laugh. Zhang Wei felt his heart skip a beat. This acting was too fake, just like the scene in some copycat drama where a brainless villain appeared. However, Han Xiao and Han Su did not think so, because Zhang Tao's mecha was large enough. Zhang Wei's 12-meter mecha seemed big enough to them, but the guy who ran out now had a 17-meter high mecha. Zhang Wei snorted coldly, then turned around and pounced on Zhang Tao. Soon, the two started fighting each other, but as soon as they came into contact, Zhang Wei, who was obviously smaller in size, fell into a disadvantage. Han Xiao and Han Su were stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. When Zhang Wei was completely pinned down by Zhang Tao spoke again. Hand over your weapon, and I will spare your life. Do you keep your word? Zhang Wei asked through gritted teeth. Zhang Tao raised his proud head. Of course, I am Zhang Tao, the first heir of Chuanqing Mining. How could I lie to you? Good. Zhang Wei responded viciously, and then took the electric sickle out of the cargo hold. Ha, okay, by the way, that beautiful young lady, is she your girlfriend? Zhang Tao's eyes fell on Han Xiao. However, before Zhang Wei could answer, Zhang Tao, who had got the scythe, immediately stood up from Zhang Wei and ran to Han Xiao. Miss, how about being my girlfriend? Han Xiao was speechless for a moment. She couldn't believe that happiness could come so suddenly. Han Xiao was a little overwhelmed by the sudden confession. Her heart felt like it was being beaten by a group of deer. The key point is, Han Xiao knows who Zhang Tao is, a typical rich second generation. Moreover, in this doomsday, Zhang Tao can actually pin down Zhang Wei and beat him up. What does this prove? Should I agree or not? In fact, even if Zhang Tao was just playing around because of her beauty, or even just wanted to annoy Zhang Wei, he wouldn't suffer any loss, right? At least until he gets tired of playing, I can survive well in this apocalypse, right? And Zhang Tao wouldn't mind bringing his brother along, right? Isn't it enough for me to get enough benefits from him to give to my brother before he gets tired of playing with me? Just when Han Xiao was about to agree to Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei spoke first in a decisive tone. Zhang Tao, stop dreaming. She said she only likes me. If Zhang Wei remembered correctly, this was what Han Xiao said yesterday. He just deliberately added the word only. No, don't talk nonsense. Before Zhang Tao could say anything, Han Xiao immediately pointed at Zhang Wei excitedly and yelled, her voice almost breaking. What is this? Ruining my marriage? Zhang Wei slowly got up from the ground. Han Xiao, yesterday you were not. I didn't say anything yesterday. Han Xiao interrupted Zhang Wei before he could finish his words. What if I continue talking and cause Zhang Tao, the rich bachelor, to misunderstand me? Then, Han Xiao looked at Zhang Tao with a somewhat nervous expression. It doesn't matter. Even if she said that, what would it matter? I still like her. Zhang Tao expressed his attitude with a smile. This attitude is really generous. Han Xiao was very touched and was very happy with the attitude expressed by Zhang Tao. However, she still explained, I really didn't say that. He's just an ordinary friend of my brother. We just know each other. He likes me willingly. There is no relationship between us. Oh, I get it. It turns out that this toad wants to eat swan flesh. So, sister, can you be my girlfriend? Zhang Tao was secretly happy, but why did he feel so good just by scolding Zhang Wei so bluntly? Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Tao meaningfully. Who told you to dramatize yourself like this? Okay, I promise you. Han Xiao acted like a little woman, looking a little embarrassed. Haha, okay. Zhang Tao laughed happily. Then, he was waiting for Zhang Wei to slap Han Xiao in the face. This was the plot arranged by Zhang Wei. However, before Zhang Wei could say anything, Han Xiao spoke again. By the way, I have something for you. After saying that, Han Xiao quickly ran into the house. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei with some confusion. The plot designed by his elder brother didn't mention such a scene. Zhang Wei shook his head slowly and imperceptibly at Zhang Tao. Han Su frowned and thought. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Soon, Han Xiao came back with a source crystal in her hand. The source crystal emitted a gorgeous red color and was very dazzling. Zhang Tao, this is for you. Han Xiao handed the source crystal to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was a little surprised. Should he accept this thing? Zhang Wei was very surprised. He didn't expect that Han Xiao could actually take out a high-level source crystal. Just accept it. I don't have a mecha, so there's no use keeping it. Han Xiao put herself into the role and started to act coquettishly. Green tea is green tea. There is nothing weird about her coquettish behavior, as if they have known each other for a long time. Okay then, don't worry, I will protect you well in the future. Zhang Tao did not refuse. He put the high-level source crystal that Han Xiao took out into the mecha space. Although Zhang Tao knew that he had no chance of getting this source crystal, he could still help Zhang Wei preserve it temporarily. Well, I picked up this source crystal yesterday at a great risk. It must be useful to you, right? Han Xiao stared at Zhang Tao with a little expectation. Zhang Tao nodded to Han Xiao confidently. Of course. By the way, I think it's no longer possible to live here. Why don't you come back with me? Han Xiao smiled at first, then asked a little embarrassedly. Can I bring my brother? Of course. Zhang Tao gave a very precise answer. This answer made Han Xiao very happy. In Han Xiao's view, both Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao were just passers-by, and only her brother was her safest support in the future. No, Han Xiao. How can you do this? Han Su. Aren't you going to say a word? Zhang Wei stood up and glared at Han Xiao and Han Su. Han Xiao didn't say anything this time. She looked at Han Su. Han Su also knew that it was time for him to express his stance. So, even though he realized something was wrong, he still said, Zhang Wei, we are just acquaintances. I haven't done anything to offend you, and my sister has nothing to do with you. Please stop pestering me. Heh, you two didn't have this attitude yesterday. Zhang Wei sneered and stared at Han Xiao and Han Su. As expected, a dog will always eat shoot. These two jerks have always treated Zhang Wei as a fool and a spare tire. Han Xiao, is this what you mean by liking me? Is that how you like me? You're such a witch. Han Xiao became furious upon hearing this, but she did not show her anger. Instead, she looked at Zhang Tao with a tender and aggrieved expression. Tao Tao, this person is so annoying. I don't want to see him anymore. Look, after just a few words, Tao Tao was already called. Not only Zhang Wei felt disgusted, but Zhang Tao also felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. Originally, Zhang Tao also thought that it was a bit unfair for Zhang Wei to use a trick to deal with a little girl. Now it seems that it was simply too kind. Zhang Tao is not a middle school boy. He has been hanging out with all kinds of women for many years, so he knows women's minds too well. The woman said this just to get herself to give Zhang Wei a beating. She is using herself as a gun. Don't want to see him? How about I kill him? Zhang Tao waved the sickle in his hand and made a very tempting proposal. Han Xiao blushed and looked at Zhang Tao and said, I'll do whatever you say. Well, what he said was almost like telling Zhang Tao to act quickly. Zhang Wei, did you hear that? She asked me to kill you. After saying that, Zhang Tao quickly rushed toward Zhang Wei. The distance between the two was not far, and Zhang Tao rushed in front of Zhang Wei in just a few steps. Brother, this is the source crystal she gave me. It looks like a high-end product. After Zhang Tao rushed in front of Zhang Wei, he behaved very respectfully and directly handed the source crystal that Han Xiao had just handed to him to Zhang Wei. This sudden change stunned Han Xiao and Han Su. The two had basically the same facial expressions. Shocked, disbelieving, their eyes wide open. Really? Let me see. Zhang Wei took the source crystal and then chose to open it. Huh? It's a long-range weapon. Zhang Wei was a little surprised. This was the first time he got a long-range weapon. Excellent cryo gun combat strength plus 100 optimizes concentrated output to deliver maximum damage in a short period of time. Excellent freezing gun. Zhang Wei said softly. What? An excellent freezing gun? Really? Lin Xinying, who was hiding in the dark, rushed out quickly. Originally, Lin Xinying wanted to hide for a while and watch the show. But when Zhang Wei said that he had obtained an excellent level freezing gun, Lin Xinying could no longer hide it. Why did you come out so soon? Zhang Wei asked with a little surprise. It's not actually time for Lin Xinying to appear yet. There are still some lines that haven't been said yet. Lin Xinying stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. I just couldn't help it, let's merge. Lin Xinying had already revealed her beauty in front of Han Xiao, so she didn't hide it anymore and chose to merge with her directly. After the beautiful silver-white mecha appeared, Lin Xinying looked at the cluster freezing gun that was nearly 1 meter long, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Then Lin Xinying reached out to Zhang Wei without hesitation, her voice full of desire. I want it. When a beautiful woman tells a man that she wants him, which man can resist? Anyway, Zhang Wei's self-control was not very good. He was slightly startled, and then the cluster freezing gun in his hand was involuntarily handed to Lin Xinying. However, after handing the freezing gun to Lin Xinying, Zhang Wei couldn't help but whisper in Lin Xinying's ear, You're not going to pay? When Lin Xinying heard this, a sly light flashed in her eyes. The corners of her mouth turned up with a smile. What are you talking about? I am your girlfriend. After saying that, she happily equipped herself with the cluster freezing gun and then took Zhang Wei's arm. The two men's movements are very close, and even though there's a big difference in the size of their mechas, the scene looks very smooth and harmonious, as if it was supposed to be this way. Zhang Tao felt a little uncomfortable watching this scene. He always felt that the benefits he got seemed to be the smallest. He is obviously the one who puts the most effort into acting. Zhang Wei was a little confused by Lin Xinying's sudden hug. I didn't mention physical contact before, did I? Although everyone is controlling the mecha, their nerves are completely integrated with the mecha. The mecha is their own body, and the sense of touch is quite sensitive. Well, the mecha is a bit awkward. If it can be restored to its original form, it will still be like this. Zhang Wei shook his head. He felt that he couldn't give in so quickly. Besides, Lin Xinying was just cooperating with him in acting. You guys? Han Xiao finally woke up from her dream. She raised her hand tremblingly, her fingertips hovering in the air, pointing at Zhang Wei and then turning to the other two. At this moment, Han Xiao was so angry that she couldn't speak. After Han Xiao sorted herself out, she spoke again. Zhang Tao, you are the young master of Chuanqi Mining Company. How could you recognize a loser like Zhang Wei as your big brother? Your mecha is obviously much stronger than his. Han Xiao already knew that Zhang Wei and the other two were just pretending to be weak. So, she decided not to pretend to be weak anymore. If she continued pretending, she would only make herself look more embarrassed and ridiculous. But Han Xiao wanted to know why. Who told you that my mecha is better than my brother's? Zhang Tao asked back. Just because your mecha is taller and bigger? That's because you haven't seen how powerful my elder brother is. But Han Zhao's brain short-circuited. Isn't it true that the larger the mecha, the stronger its power? However, past experience made her very clear that the thicker and bigger the phallus is, the longer it will last and the stronger it will be. Short and sharp sounds good, but it feels far from the mark. Zhang Wei, what do you mean? Han Su took over Han Zhao's words. He didn't look at anyone else. He just frowned and stared at Zhang Wei. What do you mean? Do you really have to make it so clear? Hand over your mecha core. Zhang Wei's tone was cold, and he didn't want to say more. Han Su was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He immediately took 2 steps back and exclaimed, "What do you want my mecha core for?" The mecha is the basic guarantee for them to survive in this doomsday. Han Su dare not imagine what his life would be like without the mecha. Do you play with Han Xiaozao's children every day? Children can't turn into mechas, and Han Su is already tired of playing with them. Zhang Wei didn't explain, he just glanced at Zhang Tao. When Zhang Tao saw Zhang Wei looking at him, he immediately understood what he meant and walked towards Han Su with his sickle in hand. The shadow of the 17-meter-high mecha gradually enveloped Han Su. At this moment, the oppressive feeling brought by the mecha almost suffocated Han Su. Okay, I'll pay it. It is better to die later than now. Han Su can still face the reality. Zhang Wei felt a chill in his heart. He thought he had been kind enough. In the previous life, Han Xiao took away Zhang Wei's mecha core, and Han Su put the knife into his own stomach. Now Zhang Wei only took away Han Su's mecha core and did not use the knife on these two people. If this isn't the utmost of humanity, then what is? Han Su readily handed the mecha core to Zhang Tao. After Zhang Tao got the mecha core, he immediately knew what the mecha looked like. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei in surprise. "Brother, what are we going to do with this junk? Throw it on the ground and crush it." Zhang Wei replied casually. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tao really took it seriously. He threw the mecha core he had just got on the ground, and then stepped on it without hesitation. To Zhang Tao, this was indeed a broken mecha. He had many medium-sized mechas that were 10 meters high at home. Although many of the 15-meter heavy mechas were destroyed by Zhang Wei, there were still some left. Han Su's heart was bleeding. The mecha that he regarded as a treasure was destroyed just like this. You too, take care of yourselves. Even now. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Not killing Han Xiao and Han Su was something Zhang Wei had already decided on. Instead of letting them die peacefully, it would be better to let them experience the cruel end of the world. It is only the second day of the apocalypse, and there are still many fun things they have not experienced yet. If we don't let them experience the end of the world, how can we be justified for the harm these two people caused to Zhang Wei in his previous life? Brother, is this the end? Otherwise, just kill him. Zhang Tao is serious about eradicating the problem completely. You know nothing, let's go. Zhang Wei glared at Zhang Tao and turned around. Lin Qinying held Zhang Wei's arm without letting go. The moment Zhang Wei led her to turn around, the freezing gun in her hand seemed to be given life, and a deep blue light quietly gathered at the muzzle. The light gradually became brighter in the silence. About 2 seconds later, a huge freezing bomb whizzed out from the muzzle. Its size was so huge that it was more than 3 times the size of an ordinary freezing bomb. The freezing bomb hit the downstairs of Han Su's house. The entire second floor was shattered by the impact. The walls that did not collapse quickly froze, causing the temperature to drop by 3 or 4 degrees in an instant. However, the coldness in the air could not match the coldness in Han Xiao and Han Su's hearts. Zhang Wei had chopped a crack on the upper floor, and the lower floor was frozen. The key point was that the entire building was shaking and was about to collapse. "This is your punishment for hurting my man." Lin Qinying's cold words reached the ears of Han Su and Han Xiao. Zhang Wei kept wondering in his heart, "We didn't get any extra money, So why did Lin Qinying start adding more roles for herself? At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly screamed and shouted, Zhang Wei, come back. I have something to say to you. Zhang Wei heard Han Xiao scream, but didn't turn around, as if he ignored it. Seeing that Zhang Wei had no intention of stopping, Han Xiao ran downstairs with tears in her eyes. She couldn't let Zhang Wei go like this. Through what just happened, Han Xiao has figured out some things. When Han Xiao rushed downstairs, Zhang Wei had not gone far. Zhang Wei, is it because of her that you treat me like this? Is it because of her? Han Xiao ran and pointed at Lin Qinying and shouted. This time, Zhang Wei still did not stop. However, Lin Qinying held Zhang Wei back. Being pulled by Lin Qinying, Zhang Wei had no choice but to turn around. Soon, Han Xiao ran breathlessly to Zhang Wei and the other two, her face full of anxiety and anger. Tell me, is it her? What do you want to do? Zhang Wei's tone was cold, as if he was really a machine without any emotions. She must have said something in front of you, right? She must have been trying to sow discord between us, right? You used to like me very much. I told you that I liked you too, but after just one night, you changed. It was her who did it, right? Han Xiao glared at Lin Qinying, as if she wanted to eat her alive. In Han Xiao's opinion, all the changes in Zhang Wei were due to Lin Qinying. That's not what you said just now. Before Zhang Wei could say anything, Lin Qinying sneered at him coldly. Lin Qinying saw and heard with her own eyes what had just happened. Don't say anything, you green tea, if it wasn't for you. How could Zhang Wei treat me like this? Han Xiao treated Lin Qinying with genuine hatred. Why does Zhang Tao listen to Zhang Wei so much? Who is Zhang Tao? Lin Qinying is so beautiful. Why did she become Zhang Wei's girlfriend in just one night? All this can only mean one thing. Zhang Wei is very strong, extremely strong, so strong that even Han Xiao cannot imagine. It is precisely because of this that Lin Qinying sowed discord between Zhang Wei and staged today's drama after knowing that Zhang Wei liked her. The purpose is to test yourself. Unfortunately, she failed the test, but Han Xiao would not look for the reason in herself. She blamed it all on Lin Qinying. You are hilarious, woman. Lin Qinying is showing signs of exploding. Tell me, is it you? Han Zhao's eyes were filled with anger that was almost about to burst out of her eyes. It's me, what do you want? Lin Qinying admitted it, but it was useless not to admit it because Han Xiao had already determined what happened. What do you think? I won't let you succeed. I admit that I did something wrong, but are you a good person? You followed Zhang Wei after just knowing him for one day. What are you? Your mechas were all given to you by Zhang Wei, right? This is exactly what made Han Xiao really angry. Han Xiao and Zhang Wei have known each other for a long time after all, and Zhang Wei admires her. If it weren't for Lin Qinying's interference, this beautiful mecha would be hers now. In Han Zhao's opinion, Lin Qinying not only used some tricks to snatch Zhang Wei away, but also snatched away her own mecha. You are really so scheming, you witch. Han Xiao became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and her words became more impolite. Lin Qinying was really annoyed by Han Xiao. She tightened her arms and hugged Zhang Wei even tighter. Think about her, Lin Qinying, a beautiful young lady full of justice and sunshine. Isn't she praised wherever she goes? This is the first time someone says she is a green tea and a scheming witch. Come on, why aren't you talking? Han Xiao asked loudly. Lin Qinying's lack of response gave her the illusion that she had the upper hand. Lin Qinying suddenly looked up at Zhang Wei. I want to do something. Just do whatever you want. Zhang Wei said indifferently. He had already guessed what Lin Qinying wanted to do, but in Zhang Wei's heart, Han Xiao was a complete stranger. Zhang Wei had no control over what Lin Qinying wanted to do to her. Good. Lin Qinying agreed. Afterwards, she and the mecha disintegrated. Under the surprised gazes of Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao, Lin Qinying put away the mecha and walked toward Han Xiao. Han Zhao's arrogance was instantly suppressed by the invisible aura released by Lin Qinying. Your mouth is very dirty. It needs treatment. Lin Qinying walked up to Han Xiao and slapped her in the face without any hesitation. Han Xiao was completely confused. She never thought that Lin Qinying would actually dare to hit her. It's obviously Lin Qining who is in the wrong, right? Your heart is even dirtier. Lin Qining waved her hands again. The two sides of the face were immediately balanced. You witch, I'm going to fight you. Han Xiao finally reacted after being slapped twice. She pounced on Lin Qining with her fangs and claws bared. However, she didn't know who she was facing. She is a soldier, the kind that even 3 or 2 ordinary men can't get close to. How could Han Xiao, a woman who only knows how to throw tantrums and pull her hair, be a match for Lin Qining? When Han Xiao pounced on Lin Qining just slightly moved away from her, and Han Xiao fell to the ground in a dog-eating shoe posture. Moreover, her pretty face had an intimate contact with the ground. Ah! A shrill scream came out of Han Xiao's mouth. When she looked up, her face was covered in blood. Zhang Wei, are you just going to watch me being bullied by her? Han Xiao looked up at Zhang Wei with tears in her eyes. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Zhang Wei's tone was still as cold as ice, without any fluctuations in his heart. Compared with what she experienced in her previous life, what were Han Xiao's minor injuries and pains? It is far from enough. Zhang Tao glanced at Zhang Wei and silently took note of Zhang Wei's attitude. In Zhang Tao's opinion, this Han Xiao must have hurt his eldest brother deeply. Otherwise, with his eldest brother's strength, would he have deliberately come to target this woman? I have to ask someone to take care of these two people from now on. Zhang Tao made a secret decision in his heart. You really don't care about me? Han Zhao's voice was a little harsh. It's like a woman who has been ruthlessly abandoned by a man. Zhang Wei felt very unhappy. This scene actually gave him a sense of déjà vu. Even if you don't care about me, do you really not care about Han Su? He's your best friend. His mecha has been destroyed by you. Give him another mecha. After listening to Han Zhao's words, Zhang Wei finally knew why he had a sense of déjà vu. Ha ha! Zhang Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. The request that Han Xiao had once made kept echoing in Zhang Wei's ears. I just told you not to seek death. Isn't it better to stay alive? Zhang Wei leaned over. The huge mecha put Han Xiao under tremendous pressure. At this moment, she didn't even dare to speak. Although the gaze of Zhang Wei's mecha was still azure blue, Han Xiao could actually see murderous intent in the azure blue. Lin Qining frowned and looked at Zhang Wei. She knew that this was not murderous intent, but murderous aura emanating from Zhang Wei. But where does this murderous aura come from? Although Lin Qining has not met Zhang Wei yet, it is not difficult to guess that Zhang Wei is only about 20 years old at most. How could he release such a strong murderous aura at such a young age? Zhang Wei, I was wrong, my sister was wrong too. Please don't do anything. Han Su ran out, his steps staggering, his voice trembling a little, filled with pleading. Looking at the anxious Han Su, Zhang Wei sneered in his heart. It is indeed a deep love between sister and brother. Forget it. I'll just let you guys continue to live. Shall we go? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Qining. Lin Qining nodded slightly to Zhang Wei and then merged with the mecha again. Watching the 3 mechas flying away together, Han Su felt mixed emotions. Han Xiao lay on the ground and hid her head in her arms, not knowing whether she dared to look up or was unwilling to look up. Until the 3 mechas disappeared, Han Su's accusing voice reached Han Zhao's ears. It's all your fault. If you could firmly say that you like Zhang Wei, would this happen? Han Xiao looked up suddenly in disbelief. Blame me? You still blame me? If you hadn't been incapable, would I have done this? Who am I doing this for? Han Su was speechless. Okay, we can't stay here. It's too dangerous. We can't go home. Let's find a place to treat the wound on your face. Han Su stepped forward and comforted her softly and pulled Han Xiao up. Does Han Su really have such a good temper? Of course not. He didn't rush out just now because he really wanted to protect Han Xiao with his life, but because he had other purposes. After all, Han Zhao's face and figure are both above average, and she is still very useful in this apocalypse. Brother, where are we going today? After leaving the community, Zhang Tao's slightly excited voice appeared in Zhang Wei's ears. Zhang Wei ignored Zhang Tao and looked down at his arm. Noticing Zhang Wei's movements, Lin Qining realized something was wrong. She immediately let go of Zhang Wei's arm and walked 2 steps to the side. I was just afraid that they were still watching from behind, so find a place with many monsters. The evolution of the machine requires a lot of source crystals. Zhang Wei did not respond to Lin Qianying's words. He successfully changed the subject. Machine evolution? Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying looked at Zhang Wei in confusion at the same time. The information provided by machines to humans is very limited, and many things need to be discovered by humans themselves. Machine evolution is one of them, and only those who have upgraded their machine to level 10 will know this information. When the machine reaches level 10, it can undergo its first evolution. After the machine evolves, it will increase its combat power and have other benefits. Zhang Wei explained to Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying. Is this still possible? Boss, let's go home quickly. I need to make some arrangements. Zhang Tao sounded a little anxious. If he had known the news earlier, he would have deployed all his men yesterday. But it's not too late to know now. It just wasted one day. Zhang Wei, what's the level of your mecha? Lin Qianying looked at Zhang Wei and asked the question in her mind. Level 19. Zhang Wei had not had time to absorb the source crystals harvested last night. However, even if all of it was absorbed, the body level would not reach level 30 and could not evolve a second time, so Zhang Wei was not so anxious. Level 19? So high? Is there a second evolution? Can you just increase your level by one more level? Lin Qianying stared at Zhang Wei like a curious baby. Zhang Wei shook his head slowly. Of course there is a second evolution, but it's not at level 20. The second evolution can only be performed at level 30. How do you know so much? This is Lin Qianying's real purpose. From the beginning of her contact with Zhang Wei, Lin Qianying felt that Zhang Wei knew a lot of information that other people didn't know, and he always seemed so calm when facing danger. So, Lin Qianying was really curious. The key point is that the information in Zhang Wei's mind is very important to the military. This is a secret. You can tell the military what I said. Zhang Wei saw through Lin Qianying's little thoughts. Is there anything else you can say? Lin Qianying was already prepared to take out her little notebook to write it down. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, then said, the mechanical monsters on land, and even the flying ones are not that scary. It won't take long to clear out the safe zone. What you really need to pay attention to are the mechanical monsters in the ocean, especially those that used to live in the deep sea. Speaking of this, even Zhang Wei still felt a lingering fear. In the previous life, with the military's cleanup, it did not take long to establish one safe zone after another. It is also because of this that Zhang Wei was able to survive for 2 years without a mecha. However, when the mechanical monsters in the ocean rushed out of the sea, everything changed. The steel walls built by humans in the safe zone could not stop those monsters at all. As for something more powerful than the ocean mechanical monster, Zhang Wei did not say it. Saying it now will do no good except to undermine human morale. What else? Lin Qianying's tone became much heavier. After fighting with the mechanical monsters, Lin Qianying also felt that the mechanical monsters on land were indeed not that difficult to deal with. As long as the combat power is up to standard and the mind is calm, it doesn't even take much effort to deal with ordinary mechanical creatures. Therefore, Zhang Wei was correct in saying that the safe zone could be cleared in a short period of time. But when Zhang Wei mentioned marine life, Lin Qianying had already imagined the scene of a marine mechanical monster rushing out of the sea in her mind. So scary. What would it look like if swarms of shrimps and crabs rushed into the safe zone? The mechanical mice all over the mountains are enough to scare people. So how can we deal with lobsters that are thousands times more in number? What will happen to the original large marine organisms after being mechanized? What else? Not for now, and don't be so curious. It's dangerous. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Qianying. Not only is there curiosity about this information now, but there is also curiosity about mechanical monsters in the future. Being too curious can really kill you. Oh, I see. I don't know if it's because of the fusion with the mecha, but Lin Qianying's answer actually has a little girl's flavor. Hiss, I want revenge. I must take revenge. I won't let them have it easy. Han Xiao screamed loudly in a private house. Han Su, who was treating Han Zhao's facial wound, frowned and said nothing. Han Zhao's face was disfigured from the close friction with the ground, and her right cheek was extensively abraded. It would not heal in a short time, and even if the wound healed, it would probably leave an ugly scar. How big of a deal is this for a woman? But is revenge just a matter of words? Han Su knew very well that, let alone revenge, even their survival was a problem. Han Su, will you help me? Han Xiao screamed for a long time, but got no response from Han Su. She stared at Han Su fiercely, waiting for his answer. Help. You are my sister. How can I not help you? But we have to think carefully about what we should do. What to do? If we can't kill them, then let's find someone else to kill them. Looking for someone else? Who? Han Su looked at Han Xiao in confusion. Han Xiao suddenly picked up her phone and started fiddling with it. The phone still had network connection. Find him. Han Xiao pointed the phone screen at Han Su. When Han Su saw the picture on the phone screen, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. Is this a snake? Han Xiao nodded to Han Su and said, Yes, this is a message from a pet shop owner. This mechanical snake is his pet. As long as we go to him, he can help me get revenge. Han Xiao spoke viciously, her face full of resentment. This piece of information was high-quality information she found on her phone after browsing it all night. If she could be with Zhang Wei, a young and high-quality man, then Han Xiao would naturally not serve an old man. But now, Han Xiao knew she had no choice. When are we going? After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Su spoke to Han Xiao with a serious expression. At present, the siblings have nothing. Even if they hide in this temporary nest, there is a great possibility that they will be killed by mechanical monsters. Since Han Xiao has already found a place to go, the sooner she acts, the better. Help me find a scarf to cover my face, and we'll go now. Han Xiao couldn't wait to take revenge, and didn't want to wait even a minute. Good. More than 10 minutes later, the brother and sister carefully left their temporary nest. Fortunately, the pet shop Han Xiao mentioned was not far from them. Although mechanical monsters are lurking everywhere in the dilapidated streets, as long as you are careful enough and your luck is not too unlucky, there will be no danger to your life if you walk around the streets for a short time. Maybe Han Xiao had used up all her mold today. About 2 hours later, they finally saw the sign of the pet shop. Found it! Han Xiao exclaimed excitedly as she looked at the intact signboard. Unlike other dilapidated stores on this street, this pet shop was intact, and even the glacé was not broken. What does this indicate? This shows that this store is indeed powerful. Let's go. Han Xiao observed the situation around her, and when she confirmed that there were no mechanical creatures around, she immediately took Han Su's hand and rushed to the pet shop. However, when they rushed to the door of the pet shop, Han Zhao's footsteps seemed to be frozen in an instant. Looking closely, her legs were shaking. You can see what's going on inside the pet store through the glacé on the door. A gigantic steel snake came into view. Its head alone was large enough to completely block the entire facade. At this moment, the two azure blue pupils as big as buckets on the snake's head were staring at them. Han Xiao felt as if an invisible force was tightly gripping her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. If Han Xiao hadn't been holding Han Su's hand, she would have been so scared that she would have fallen to the ground. Looking into the eyes of this steel monster is not like looking into the eyes of a mecha. In Han Zhao's mind, this steel snake is dozens of times more terrifying than Zhang Wei. Someone's here so early in the morning? A lazy voice sounded. Then, a man who looked a little unkempt and had an untidy beard came around in front of the snakehead. Boss Wei. Come in. When he saw Han Xiao, his eyes immediately lit up and he opened the door attentively. Boss, I didn't expect that what you said in the group was true. It is so big. Han Xiao bravely entered the pet shop and immediately began to praise the giant steel snake. The tone of his voice was quite tea. When the man heard Han Zhao's gentle and slightly coquettish voice, his body seemed to be run through by an electric current, and he instantly became refreshed. Hey, that's cool. What are you guys doing? My name is Han Xiao, and this is my brother Han Su. We are here to seek refuge with you. Han Xiao stated her purpose. Hearing the word surrender, The boss' eyes lit up immediately. A girl with such a good figure and such a sweet voice. If they were in bed. My name is Wang Sheng. You can just call me Brother Wang. Haven't you eaten yet? Come in and have something to eat first. Wang Sheng greeted Han Xiao and Han Su warmly. To be honest, the brother and sister were really hungry, so they didn't hesitate. The food on the table was not rich, but it was enough to fill you up. Han Xiao did not take off the veil on her face while eating, which aroused Wang Sheng's suspicion. Girl, what's wrong with your face? Han Xiao was just waiting for this sentence. The next moment, Han Xiao seemed to break down and burst into tears. Brother Wang, I was bullied. The crying Han Xiao actually pulled up her brother Wang's arm and buried her head in Wang Sheng's arms. Wang Xingru was struck by lightning. This was something he had never received before. Although he had posted his information in some groups and wanted to hook up with some girls, he never thought that happiness would come so quickly. I don't know where to put these hands. Wang Xing didn't know, but Han Xiao knew. Han Xiao looked up and immediately grabbed Wang Sheng's hands. Brother Wang, you have to help me get revenge. As she spoke, Han Xiao pulled Wang Sheng's hand into her arms. When Wang Sheng touched that soft spot, his heart immediately blossomed with joy. Sister, tell me who bullied you. Your brother Wang will help you get revenge. Our Dahua is very powerful, and it can also command other little things. Wang Sheng was certainly not being conceited when he said this. Dahua is the giant steel snake. It is 10 meters long, has a sturdy body, and can actually command the little guys in the pet shop that have been transformed into mechanical creatures. There are more than a dozen little brothers like cats and dogs. Brother Wang? Really? You don't even ask who bullied me. Han Xiao blinked her big eyes, and the tears on her eyelashes caught Wang Sheng's attention. Looking at the beauty so close to him, Wang Sheng had the urge to immediately carry Han Xiao into the inner room. What's there to ask? Forget about those mechas. Even more powerful mechanical monsters are no match for our Dahua. Just tell me who it is, and Brother Wang will definitely help you vent your anger. Brother Wang, you were so nice to me. Han Xiao did not immediately say who it was, but just pulled Wang Sheng's hand deeper. Wang Sheng could hardly hold back the saliva in his mouth. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao's hand suddenly relaxed and fell on. Hey, Brother Wang. A soft and long, toned voice came out of Han Xiao's mouth. Looking at Han Xiao's coquettish appearance, Wang Xing couldn't help but tighten his abdomen. He had never been through such a situation before, so it was normal for a small tent to bulge down there. But if the beautiful girl patted it with her hand, it would be a bit embarrassing. Sensing Wang Sheng's movements, Han Xiao lowered her head and squeezed into Wang Sheng's arms again, and said in a low voice, I will accompany you tonight, Brother Wang. You must protect me in the future. Wang Sheng's eyes widened. This hint. Besides, you push too hard. That's considered dribbling the ball into someone, right? However, Wang Sheng welcomed Han Zhao's foul behavior of dribbling the ball and colliding with others. Okay, by the way, you haven't told me who bullied you. I don't think he wants to live if he dares to bully my woman, Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, who was in high spirits, wanted to help Han Xiao get revenge right away and then proceed to the next step as soon as possible. Han Xiao acted a little embarrassed. Brother Wang, why don't you just forget it? They are very powerful, and I don't want you to be in danger. No, that won't work. Just tell me who he is and where he is. It was obvious that Wang Sheng had never learned any military tactics and didn't even know how to play hard to get. Their mechas are very powerful, and they all have good weapons. Although Dahua will become more powerful after eating those things, we still don't want to go. It's really dangerous. Let's just live a good life at home, okay? Han Xiao added fuel to the fire. She had also seen this information when she was checking the news yesterday. Wang Sheng became even more excited after hearing this. Really? Then we should look for them even more. Wang Sheng knew that what Han Xiao said was true, because when his big flower was first mechanized, it was not as powerful as it is now. It learned a skill after eating several mechas, so it has its current combat power. If Dahua can eat more mechas, her combat effectiveness will be stronger, and her future life will be more carefree. Are you really going? Have you heard of Zhang Tao from Chuanqing Mining, Brother Wang? Who are you talking about? Zhang Tao. Wang Sheng was frightened. Brother Wang, you pinched me and it hurt. Han Xiao pulled back her hand and shook it gently a few times. When she finished shaking, her little hand pressed on the small tent under Wang Sheng again. This push immediately made Wang Sheng obedient. A comfortable expression appeared on Wang Sheng's face, and the little tent that had been a little depressed after hearing Zhang Tao's words was puffed up again. "Are you okay? I didn't mean to do that. I just got a little excited. Of course I've heard of Zhang Tao. He's a second-generation rich kid. Yeah, he was the one who bullied me. He stole a very good piece of equipment and destroyed my brother's mecha." Han Xiao seemed to have spoken of something very sad, and tears began to fall without hesitation. Wang Sheng felt so distressed when he saw this. He raised his hand and gently wiped away Han Xiao's tears and comforted her softly. "Sister, no matter who he is, Brother Wang will make them give us an explanation today. Have you eaten? If you're done, let's go find them now." Han Xiao raised her head, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, and she whispered, "Brother Wang, you are so kind to me. My dear sister, you have come to me for help. How can I be mean to you?" Han Su looked at the two people flirting with each other in front of him. He didn't know what he felt, but he didn't interrupt. A few minutes later, we were ready to go. The three of them stood on the back of the giant steel snake Dahua, led by the high-spirited Wang Sheng. Han Xiao held Wang Sheng's arm like a little bird, with almost her entire body leaning on Wang Sheng. Han Su could only stand alone behind the two of them, without much sense of presence. Let's go to Zhang Tao's villa first. Zhang Tao is indeed very famous in Sichuan. It cannot be said that everyone knows where he lives, but at least half of the people in Sichuan know it. It is easy to find Zhang Tao. Dahua led the way, and the younger brothers who were conquered by Dahua were on guard all around. Along the way, all the mechanical creatures encountered would be torn to pieces by this group of younger brothers, and Dahua would not even need to take any action. Han Xiao was very satisfied with such treatment, which was much better than the cautiousness they had shown when they first arrived. "Hey, Brother Wang, be careful. The mechanical bird in the sky is coming," Han Xiao exclaimed and reminded Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng and his group caused quite a stir, and they were targeted by a mechanical bird. However, Wang Sheng didn't care about the mechanical birds flying in the sky. He patted Han Xiao's hand gently and said, "It's okay. Don't worry. Dahua can handle it." Han Xiao wanted to say something. After all, they were all standing on Dahua. What would they do if Dahua started fighting with the birds in the sky? Obviously, Wang Sheng's confidence was well-founded. When the mechanical bird swooped to about 50 meters from the ground, Dahua suddenly opened its mouth. Its snake-like tongue was more than 1 meter long and swung in the air like a silver steel whip. Amidst the heart-pounding hissing sound, the snake's tongue was seen swinging in the air, and every swing would generate a bolt of lightning from the tip of the tongue. The lightning seemed to have eyes, and each bolt of lightning could hit the mechanical bird accurately. In the face of this electric shock, the mechanical bird's defenses were as fragile as paper. They broke down on the spot and fell from the sky one after another. In the end, after leaving behind a dozen mechanical wreckages, the mechanical birds retreated quickly in fear. Very impressive. Han Zhao's praise came from the bottom of her heart. In Han Zhao's opinion, Dahua was really amazing. "Hey, that's awesome, right?" Wang Sheng put his arm around Han Zhao's shoulders with satisfaction, letting Han Xiao lean closer to him again. "Yeah, that's amazing. With Dahua here, we're not afraid of them anymore. More than we are not afraid. We want to help you vent your anger. If he refuses to obey, then kill him. I will listen to Brother Wang." "Hey!" Amid the flirting between Wang Sheng and Han Xiao, they were getting closer and closer to Zhang Tao's home. In less than an hour, they entered the villa area. There are a lot of mechas in the villa area, but when those mechas saw the lineup of Wang Sheng and his team, they all became scared, and not even one dared to block their way. In this world today, it is better to let a fellow Taoist die than to let myself die. As long as Wang Sheng is not here to cause trouble for them, they will not meddle in their affairs. However, when they were about to enter Zhang Tao's villa, they were stopped. "What are you doing? Do you know where this is?" The bodyguard in charge of guarding the house was very conscientious. They were not frightened by the appearance of Dahua and the other mechanical creatures. "There's nothing we can do. Our eldest brother is too strong. What are mechanical creatures? Is this Zhang Tao's house? Where is Zhang Tao? Wang Sheng looked at the mecha blocking the road with fiery eyes. He himself does not have a mecha, only a powerful pet called Dahua. Of course, Wang Sheng was very eager to get a mecha. The mechas blocking him now are all pretty good, especially the two that are 15 meters tall. What do? You want to meet me just like that? Faced with this group of people who obviously have bad intentions, the bodyguards will not have any good attitude. Wang Sheng frowned. If they couldn't have a good chat, then Dahua do it. Because Wang Sheng and the other three were on Dahua's back, Dahua could not make any big movements, so he continued to use his skills. Amidst the flash of lightning, 4 mechas were struck by lightning in an instant. The defense of the initial mechas was not much stronger than that of the mechanical bird. The mechas hit by lightning were immediately paralyzed to the ground, but they were not in danger of life for the time being. Brothers, take action. This guy is here to cause trouble. The bodyguards immediately went crazy. If this had happened yesterday, they would definitely not be so brave. But today is different. The big brother is standing behind me, and I can't let him look down on me. Wang Sheng was very surprised that these people dared to resist. Come on, let's go down first, Dahua, and destroy them all, but don't kill them yet. After saying that, Wang Sheng pulled Han Xiao and jumped to the ground. As for Han Su, he jumped by himself. When Wang Sheng and the other two left Dahua's back, Dahua began to swim quickly, increasing her speed by several levels. Open fire. The long-range bodyguard opened fire first. But the accuracy is really very limited, and even if you hit the big flower, it is useless and it can't break the defense at all. Dahua's combat power has exceeded 100, and even reached a level close to 200. How could these mechas, whose combat power is still in its initial state, possibly hurt Dahua? Destroy with overwhelming force. Dahua's forceful intrusion swept away a large area of mechas. More than a dozen guard mechas were lying in the yard. Wait a moment, sir, wait a moment. You can tell me your request, and I will pass it on to my master. The housekeeper in the villa rushed out after hearing a loud roar in the yard. Let Zhang Tao come out. He bullied my woman. I have to settle the score with him today. Wang Sheng was very arrogant. There is no way around it. The winner has the right to be arrogant. Sir, what is your woman's name? Han Siya. Okay, sir, I understand. I will inform my young master now. After saying that, the butler immediately contacted Zhang Tao. When Zhang Tao learned the news, he looked at Zhang Wei, who was killing monsters in surprise. When Zhang Wei had almost finished killing this wave of monsters, Zhang Tao exclaimed, "Brother, something terrible has happened."